Yes.
Yes, I'll let you know the part that we're.
Okay. Good morning. The hearing board of the South Coast Air Quality Management District is in session. Today is Thursday, February 28th, 2019. Time is 9:10 a.m. and we are meeting in the hearing board room in Diamond Bar. We have one matter on the calendar for this morning, and that is SCAQMD versus Matchmaster Dyeing and Finishing, Inc., case number 6110-1 for a modification, and I'm not sure if it's a status, I'll hear from the parties, for the order for abatement that is stipulated. And who is here representing the executive officer this morning?
Mary Reichert on behalf of the executive officer.
Thank you. And who is representing Matchmaster Dyeing and Finishing this morning?
Matt Williamson with Manat, Phelps, and Phillips.
Okay, thank you. So we'll get to what we're hearing this morning and how we're to proceed from here in a moment, but we're going to go off the record and allow council 10 minutes, it would be enough,
I think that sounds good.
to have discussions out in the hall so we can finalize some things.
If I can make just a note so while the board reviews what's been presented to you, the paragraph that's currently in contention that we'll be working out is on page 7, paragraph 5. There's just a small issue that we have to resolve as to that paragraph.
Okay.
So.
Okay, and we'll take all of that up once we're back on the record. So we'll be off the record until about 9:20. Just let us know if you need more time.
Thank you.
We're off the record. Okay, we are back on the record. Before we proceed, I just want to mark several exhibits that we've received. First, we received a red line version of the requested modification of the order and a clean version from respondent. And we are going to mark the red line version as B as in boy, and the clean version of that same version of the requested modification as Exhibit C as in Charlie. We also received after that another clean version with a slight difference, I believe, on page 7 in paragraph number 5, condition number 5, from the district. And so we're going to mark that version, which is what I understand to be the latest version, but we'll hear from the parties on that, as exhibit number 24. And then we received a one-page chart of sorts, which is entitled Matchmaster Testing Report, which I understand will be introduced later by the district, and we will mark that as exhibit 25. Ms. Reichart looks confused. Do you?
I just lost all my copies of that. That's okay.
Okay.
No, these are different ones. Wait, you have extra? Sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. Okay, now we all have a copy of that, although we're not going to look at it quite yet. Okay, before we begin and figure out how we want to proceed, the first question I have for the party, since this is a stipulated order, are we in stipulation as to what is being requested today?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. The second thing I'd like to ask is, who would like to proceed first? The request is from Matchmaster to modify. However, you are in stipulation, and it is in order for abatement. So would you like Mr. Williamson to go first?
I'm fine going first, yes.
Okay. The third thing, which I think is answered by the modified or the proposed modifications, is we are, in accordance with the last iteration of this order, we are scheduled and we have been noticed for a March 12th status update. And so I assume we will be covering today everything we would have otherwise covered in March 12th. Is that correct?
Yes.
That is correct.
Okay. And so if we do accept those changes that you have proposed today, part of that will be, I understand, a rescheduling or a continuance of that to May. Okay.
Correct.
Okay. Before you begin, Mr. Williamson, I'm going to ask everyone who wishes to testify today, which includes those who will be testifying on behalf of either Matchmaster or the district or any members of the public who wish to be heard today, to please stand to be sworn in. Please raise your right hand. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Mr. Williamson, you may give your opening statement.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, one moment. Dr. Lerner?
Before we start, are we going to be working off of C or B?
24.
Yes, I understand it's 24. We received,
24, thank you.
right, we received
Thank
3
you.
copies. That's the one we received, which has some, if you read, board members, if you read B or C, the only change, as I understand it, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that on page 7 in paragraph 5, there are some additional or changed words. So it's just a paragraph 5. So if you've already looked, as I have, through one of the others, you'll be able to compare the two.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, Mr. Williamson, you may begin.
And before I jump in with my statement, I wanted to point out, I know the last time we were here back in October, there was some issue and confusion, both between the district, Matchmasters, and the board on 1 RCO unit versus 2 RCO unit. And I apologize, that confusion actually has carried through the last couple of months, and we have had a difficult time. We, a week ago, finally agreed on how we were going to refer to these. And unfortunately, in the request for modification, I was using the term 1 RCO unit that was installed originally in October 31st, and then 2 units being installed at the end of November. And then in the stipulated order, we're using the language we've agreed to going forward, which we think is the most accurate way of describing this, which is we actually installed 2 RCO units back on October 31st of last year, and we now have 4 RCO units on frame 10 that those were installed back in November. So I just wanted to clear that up because I know it created some confusion last time we were here, and 2 and 4, not 1 and 2. I will have that written on top of my page throughout the hearing today.
Thank you. That was confusing, and that is helpful to frame the hearing moving forward.
So on to the request for modification. I will try to keep this brief because I know you have read the request and the stipulated order, which covers most of the facts. But the basic background, getting you guys up to speed since the last time we were here in October 24th of last year. In compliance with the previous current order that's in effect, we installed the 2 RCO units on frame 10 on October 31st of last year. We began evaluating the effectiveness of those 2 units immediately. And shortly after, almost immediately after we started evaluating those units, it became obvious, mainly because the odor coming from the units was worse than what we were getting out of the coalescent filters, that they were not functioning as we expected. So we communicated that to the board in early November, or sorry, to the district in early November, and requested a modification to the permit to increase the RCOs on that unit from 2 to 4. We installed the 3rd and 4th units at the end of November. I believe it was November 30th of 2018. And again, immediately began evaluating those units. Sorry, stepping back, I missed an important point. The issue is that they thought, the engineers at the manufacturer thought that the 2 units was insufficient to deal with the volume of exhaust. So they thought that increasing it to 4 would address that issue. After we had the 3rd and 4th units installed, the evaluation of the performance of those 4 units continued to be disappointing. Again, mainly because the odor coming out of the RCO units was worse than what was coming out of the current coalescent filters, our air clear filters. That led to a number of discussions with the district and with the manufacturer. Through the work with the engineers from our manufacturer, it was determined that the most likely cause of the issue and why the 4 units was not working was that there was some sort of damage or fault with the catalyst in the RCO units, and the engineers with the manufacturer recommended that we replace the catalyst with custom-made replacement catalyst. So over the course of December and into January, we engaged, although some gaps existed over the holidays, certainly in regular discussions with the district. We held a weekly call. The engineers were quite helpful from the district in offering advice on their thoughts on what we were hearing from the manufacturer on the RCO catalysts. Unfortunately, because these were custom made, it took a significant amount of time for the manufacturer to get these to us. We ordered them in November, and they didn't arrive until the middle of February, which largely is what is the reason why we're here today and not last month, is we wanted to have certainty as far as what the path forward, as far as dates. Frankly, if we would have come back in January, we would have been proposing an order with a lot of conditions that would have been very confusing. And now that we have the RCO units, the replacement catalysts, we've been able to put together an order that has, specific dates and deadlines, and we have a lot more certainty with what we're doing. So we have installed, what was it, last week? When did they arrived last week? They were installed. And were installed on the 25th, thank you. And we have just begun evaluating these new catalysts. They appear to be working much better than the previous. The odor that we're experiencing at the exhaust from the RCO is much lower and about equivalent to what we're getting with the air clear. And again, we're hopeful that as we continue to tweak and work with these RCO units and the new catalysts, that we'll be able to improve that, that odor reduction even further. So that's the biggest change. Obviously, over the course of that, due to the unexpected technical difficulties that we had with the RCO, it made its compliance with conditions 6 and 7 in the order, in particular the evaluation and monitoring of the RCO, impossible. I shouldn't say impossible, but certainly undesirable. We could have continued to have fed the exhaust through the RCO units, but we agreed with the district that doing so was a bad idea. Because we were getting better odor control from the air clear. So we had discussions about it, and we were rerouting the exhaust back through the air clear, because obviously we don't want to increase the odors being generated from the facility just to strictly comply with the conditions 6 and 7. You will see that what we're asking for in the modified order is now we're shortening the window. It's down to a 60-day period for evaluation. We were originally at 90 days for the RCO. And we've also beefed up the reporting, both the frequency and specifics of what information we're providing to the district. That's to, ensure that we're communicating effectively with the district and providing them what they need in a timely manner so that they can assist us as we continue to evaluate the new catalysts. I will say, and it's important context, critical context here, over the course, since the last time we saw you in October of last year to today, we were not in a situation where we were getting 1 or 2 complaints a week or even 1 or 2 complaints a month. We had 1 complaint since the last time we saw you in the vicinity of Matchmasters. That complaint was unverified. And in fact, when the inspectors came out to investigate the complaint and they visited Matchmasters, they realized that were shut down that day. We were not running fabric through the dryers. In fact, we're doing maintenance work that day. So I think we are very confident that, and we have continued over the course of the past 4 months, to continue to seek to improve the performance of our air clear coalescent filters, and we're quite happy with that performance. Again, we are committed to continuing to evaluate the RCOs and think that they still hold potential for further improving our odor reduction. But I think it's important to remember that the current filter technology that we're using appears to be working quite well, and the complaint results certainly reflect that. And the final change that we see in the modified order, that's really significant change, I guess, is, and some of you may recall that we had requested that we delay doing the carbon study until after the RCO study. And given this delay in full implementation of our RCO study, we've agreed to proceed and do the carbon study simultaneously, and we'll be beginning that. We would love to say next week, but we're having some issues with the vessel that the various locations permitted vessel that we received. And so we've committed to beginning that by March 11th. But that's a short study. It takes 2 weeks, so that will be done shortly as well.
Does that complete your opening?
That's it.
Okay. Ms. Frykart, any opening?
Thank you. Would it be helpful for the board for me to go ahead and describe the change that we've agreed to in number 5?
Yes.
Okay. So as the chairwoman noted, the only difference between the first version you received, Exhibit C and 24, is on page 7, condition number 5, and it really is lines 10 through 12, that parenthetical. And the change that we are going to make is on the very end of that parenthetical on line 12, and we will be crossing out within 24 hours of this stoppage and inserting the words in the twice-monthly summaries set forth in condition number 11. Right. which I'm going to confirm that I have the right number there. Yes. Deleting within 24 hours of this stoppage and inserting the words in the twice-monthly summaries set forth in condition number 11. Okay. As noted by Matchmaster's counsel, there were some significant difficulties encountered with the installation of the RCO units. To provide a little more clarification, it's our understanding that 2 units were viewed as one system, and so when it was referred to as one RCO, there were really these 2 RCO units. And it, like, as council mentioned, it took us months to actually get our terminology correct. So now we're just going to refer to the individual units, you know, all of them, so that we can understand what we're actually talking about in terms of quantity, and we hope that that is now clear in the order. So there were significant difficulties, and the district actually experienced a good deal of frustration with feeling like we did not have up-to-date information about what was happening from Matchmaster, and that is also something that we were able to come together with, begin these weekly calls in order to get more frequent and quick responses to our questions and our inquiries, as well as status updates about where everything was at and the status of kind of proceeding in this new direction with these new catalysts. And so the district has included, we hope, a more robust and complete reporting plan, more frequent, with a lot more detail about what needs to be reported to us on this twice-monthly basis, so we can keep tabs on the status. If there's any problems, we're aware of them right away, and that we can use our expertise to help Matchmaster troubleshoot those issues. As council had mentioned, we have only received since the last hearing 1 complaint. We were not able to verify it by the time we got out there, and we did contact Matchmaster, go to the facility, and they were not operating the tenor frames at the time of the complaint. They did start later that day as it was reported to our inspector. And they were engaged in maintenance, which, as we said, it was not verified, but I don't want to downplay the fact that that maintenance very well could have caused some sort of odor, as we believe that especially things like cleaning the ducts and the changing of the filters have actually really contributed to reducing the odors, as we've seen over these many months. So it is very possible that even though they were not operating, that it could have been coming from their facility. Our inspectors have reached out to the complainants that have been most frequent in providing complaints, and they have relayed that while the odors are not completely gone, they have reduced in intensity, duration, and frequency. So we do think that we are on a path to really solving this problem. We don't think we're quite there yet, but we think we are coming very close, and we hope that these final steps of understanding the best odor control mechanisms and systems at the facility, and we'll be able to implement those hopefully on a long-term basis at the end of this order. As the paper that is marked as Exhibit 25, as you read the order, you may have noticed reference to Exhibit 1. This is what we would like to include as Exhibit 1 to the order. I probably should have marked it as such, but this is what we would like Matchmaster to record, all of the testing and observations that are going to be occurring throughout the order, in order for us to have a consistent form and format. And so we're getting all of the same information with each of those readings. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Mr. Williamson, you want to introduce your first witness?
Could we take a 2-minute break before we start? I just want to confer with district council.
Yes, why don't we go off the record?
Thank you.
We're back on the record. You may proceed.
My first witness is Daniel Tenenblatt. Hopefully my only witness. Daniel, can you state and spell your name for the record?
Sure, it's Daniel Tenenblatt, Daniel, and the last name is Tenenblatt, Tenenblatt.
And what's your position at Matchmaster?
Vice President.
And how long have you been at the company?
9 years.
So let's jump in and talk through, and I know we just listened to the opening discussing kind of the background with the RCO, but let's start with just to remind the board what we briefly testified to the last hearing. What led Matchmaster to deciding that the RCO was promising technology to help reduce odors at the facility?
And this is I guess this is actually, goes back to summer of 2018. In consultation with the district and also some consultants that we work with and also our technical team, we looked at different technologies that potentially could be an improvement over the air clear coalescing filter. One of those was an RTO, a regenerative thermal oxidizer. In researching that further, we discovered that there was a new technology, an RCO, recuperative catalytic oxidizer, that had shown great promise. It's still a new and developing technology, but there were patents filed for it and textile mills specifically using it in South Korea. We, of our own volition, sent one of our technical experts to South Korea to see a couple of these mills, textile mills, running fabric and running these RCO units. We thought they looked promising based on our initial evaluation, so we ordered 4 units, which would be sufficient for 2 frames as described.
And so we then came to the hearing board back in October. There was a modified order for abatement that was issued. Talk through what happened, and that's actually the current order for abatement. What did you guys do to comply with that order for abatement as far as installation and evaluation of the RCO?
So the first step following the hearing was to install the first 2 units on 1 frame. We completed that by October 31st, which was the week following the hearing. At that point, we began evaluating and following the procedures laid out in the order, as well as our own evaluation, trying to make sure it works, trying to make sure it's functioning as we had hoped in terms of odor reduction. Almost immediately, we saw that there were issues. Basically, from what we could tell, the 2 units as currently constituted did not have sufficient cleaning power. Effectively, the catalyst was not doing enough to clean the exhaust that was coming from the frame. So we were actually seeing more odor running through the 2 units of the RCO than we would see equivalently running that same frame through the air clear coalescing filter. Just to be clear on this, when we talk about odor, what we're really talking about, there's basically a concentrated port on the exhaust stream that will smell to really hone in on whether there's odor or the level of odor. That's a kind of a more exact tying any odor we might smell to one particular frame, as opposed to if you go outside and you walk around the neighborhood, you wouldn't smell anything from that because it wasn't so significant that was happening.
And so what did you do after you realized that the RCO, the initial 2 units that were installed were not performing to expected? What were your next steps?
We tried to see if there was anything we could do to remedy this ourselves. We figured out that there wasn't. We spoke with a manufacturer who recommended that we take the other 2 RCO units that we had already purchased, that we already had in-house, and put those onto the same frame to see if maybe 4 units were enough to handle the frame's exhaust. We talked to the district about this on November 2nd, on November 10th. We applied for a modified permit to construct to allow us to put all 4 units onto that one frame. I'm sorry, a frame is a long dryer for fabric. So we applied for that permit, and then those 2 additional units were installed by the end of November, by November 30th.
And after the 2 new units, recently you had 4 total units on frame 10, I believe. After those 4 units were up and running, what did you guys experience with the RCO's performance?
Unfortunately, we saw that those, even after putting all 4 units on the single frame, we were still not, the odor results were still worse than what we got running it through the air clear coalescing filter. We started talking to the district regularly and explaining to them what was going on, but basically what we told them was, and we all agreed upon, we don't want to be running something that is producing more odor through the exhaust stream than the air clear coalescing filters. We then worked with the manufacturers to try and address this problem. Worked with them, did some research, they did some research on their end, and we came up with a custom-made new catalyst. So the catalyst is basically the platinum catalyst is the active ingredient in the RCO. It's what's doing the cleaning. And we came up with a design for a superior catalyst with the hope that that catalyst would be sufficient to handle the exhaust from the frame and to reduce the odor.
And let's walk through and describe for the board some of these changes that the modified catalyst had. And I'll first have an exhibit, which will be D, I believe. Oh, here, 10. Do you want it?
We are receiving a one-page document on the catalyst, and we're going to, in fact, mark that D. D as in dog.
Do they want to take a minute to read?
Do you guys want a minute to read through the document? Or we can just talk you through it?
I think talking us through it
Okay.
would be fine.
Daniel, can you talk the board through this document explaining what the, performance enhancements and other improvements that were made to the custom-made catalyst that you have installed?
One moment. Senator,
You think you want to put it on the board so you can...
I can do that if,
we can do that.
yeah.
Well, are you trying to do it through here? Rebecca, I think they're trying to do it through here, just to switch it, I guess, to his laptop. Do we need to do anything to switch that view? Oh, he has the connector.
That's small.
So I'm referring to Exhibit D. On the left side, you're going to see the original catalyst that was in the 4 original units that we got. On the right side, you're going to see the new custom-made catalyst that we worked with the manufacturers to design and ordered in December. There's two major differences from the old version to the new version. The first, you can see pretty clearly looking at it, is the shape. The initial one was cylindrical, and the new catalyst is squares. So what you basically have is, on the one on the left, you have some dead space. You can see there's the circles where the catalyst is, and then in between there's some dead space where you have exhaust going through that's not getting treated by the catalyst. The hope is, on the right side, you see there's no space in between, so that any exhaust going through is forced to go hit one of the spots of the catalyst and be treated by it. That translates to, just numerically, you're talking about a 44% increase in the quantity of catalyst per square foot. You're talking about a 43% increase in the surface area of the catalyst, and a 37% increase in the volume of the total catalyst. So really, I mean, simply in that area, you've got more bang for your buck. You've got more catalyst in the given space that's going to interact with the exhaust. That's one improvement. And then if you want to scroll up a little bit, the second improvement is the amount of catalyst that is loaded, the amount of platinum that's loaded into the catalyst. The original one was 0.2% maximum. The current one, the new one we ordered, is 0.9 to 1% of the platinum catalyst. Now, obviously, that is translates that this is one of the more expensive parts of the unit. So just these catalysts for the 2 units were $80,000 alone. And part of the reason for that is the increase in the platinum loading. But the good part is you have 4 to 4.5 to 5 times more platinum in your catalyst. So again, the hope is that the catalyst will be more effective in handling the exhaust and anything in the exhaust running through the filter.
At a high level, can you explain to the board what that increase in platinum loading is intended to do in this situation?
I mean, at a high level, what it's designed to do is to have more and better cleaning of the exhaust stream.
And so I think we left off with, we're in December, and had discussions with the board, and you guys had ordered the custom-made replacement catalysts. Talk through what happened between then and now, and I guess the arrival of the catalyst at your facility last week.
Since it arrived, or?
No, I'm
Between
thinking about
December and now.
between December, so mainly January, February. What was happening?
So during that time, we continued to have weekly calls with the district, updating them on our progress. We continued to do, there's a whole host of things in the last 2 orders that we've continued to do, including replacing the filters and the air clear coalescing filters, including cleaning the ducts. I think those are the main items, but basically we've continued the maintenance on a regular schedule, and we've seen very, very strong results in terms of odor reduction, odor elimination from the current air clear coalescing filters. During that time, after we stopped running the RCO, we continued running that frame through the air clear coalescing filters.
It's been a while since we've talked with the board about what improvements we've made with both the air clear and the duct work. Do you want to go into more detail, just to remind them, and also any more recent enhancements that you guys have implemented?
I mean, there are a number of things that we've been doing, that we've done in the last year since we started this process. One is we've increased the frequency that we replace the filters in the air clear coalescing filters. So normally the manufacturer recommends a year to a year and a half to replace them. We've actually replaced all of the filters twice in the last year, which is well ahead of the schedule. Prior to the previous hearing, we had raised all 4 of our stacks. We had we're continuing to undergo on at least a quarterly level. And at least quarterly, we are scrubbing all the ducts, cleaning all of the drying equipment that's connected to the air clear. We moved one of the stacks of the air clears to a different location on the roof in order to reduce wind exposure down Broadway. We insulated the ducts in the path of that. On the advice of our consultant, we redirected hot air from 3 of our boilers to the exhaust stream to improve the dispersion of the air and reduce the steam coming out of the stacks. We purchased heating units from the air clear to heat the air in the exhaust and reduced steam or condensation on colder days, which is what we've been experiencing the last couple months. One of the concerns had been, this was a concern expressed by the district, was that in the summer, the conditions are not as conducive to odor traveling or air traveling, and that in the winter, when it's colder, when it's rainy, that there would be more odor traveling, and we haven't experienced that, and we believe that's largely due to all of the things that we've been doing and all of the improvements we've made since then. But we're very happy to see the progress that we haven't been having complaints or NOVs during the winter period, which we were all concerned would be a more difficult period in terms of this issue. We've installed demisters on all 4 of our air clear units to reduce the amount of condensation and liquid that's coming out, any water that would be coming out with it in the stream. We have employees, we have 2 to 4 employees monitoring smell in a 5-block radius around our facility, 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. We talked about, we purchased and installed the 4 RCO units, which is approximately $700,000 in terms of purchasing and installation. We talked about the new catalyst that we've purchased and installed, which is approximately $120,000 when you include installation. We did a lot of testing earlier in 2018 to figure out different products, different treatments for the water and the air clears. We concluded that sodium borohydrate was the most effective. We've continued adding that on a regular basis into the water in the air clears to help the air clears perform better. We spoke last time we were here. We rerouted any dye machines that exhausted through the roof, so they're all exhausting directly into the drain. And we're just beginning the granular activated carbon study that we had talked about last time, and that's in the process of getting up and running. We've rented the equipment. We're working with the manufacturer on making some improvements to it. When it initially arrived, the tubes had been contaminated by the previous user, so you had a perk smell, which had nothing to do with our facility. That was just the smell from the carbon tubes. So we replaced it with new tubes, and then unfortunately all you could smell was the new rubber smell from the brand new tubes. So we're continuing to work with them, but we should have that worked out shortly in terms of replacing the tubing, but that is already on site at Matchmaster.
Okay, so getting back to the RCO, when did the replacement catalyst arrive at Matchmaster?
The replacement catalyst arrived, I believe, early last week, and we completed the installation. I misspoke earlier. It was actually February 26th. So we completed the installation of the catalyst 2 days ago.
And appreciating that we're talking about a very short window of time, what have your very preliminary findings been running exhaust through the replacement catalysts?
Again, as Matt said, it's very preliminary. We've obviously only had it running for 2 days, and currently we're not running it during school hours, so we have a very limited evaluation period. But we have seen an improvement over the previous catalyst so far, so we're hopeful that we won't have the same issues we had last time.
And is the odor reduction similar to the air clear compared to the RCO?
From what we've seen so far, yes.
And is your plan over the next coming months to continue to tweak the RCO in hopes of further improving that odor elimination?
Yes.
Let's pick up, you started talking about the carbon study. and discuss some of the issues that you were having with the current vessel that you anticipate being done soon. But what did the previous order require you guys to do as far as the carbon study?
The previous order laid out that if, or I guess we would postpone the carbon study until after we had completed the study on the RCO, and then based on the results, us in conjunction with the district would decide whether to go forward with the carbon study. Because of the delays that we had, because the initial RCO didn't work, we went ahead voluntarily and accelerated that and ordered the equipment, got the process started, worked with the district on that, and so that is already happening, even though in the previous order it wasn't called for yet until we've completed the RCO evaluation.
And so what is the date that you think you're going to be, you're comfortable committing to beginning the carbon study?
We're comfortable committing to beginning it by March 11th. We're going to do what we can, working with the manufacturer to try and begin it sooner if possible. But again, we're waiting on them to replace some of the parts of the study itself is a rental unit. So they provide the carbon, which gets used in the process, and then the tubing and the connection and all of that. So they're replacing some of those parts. But as soon as we get that done successfully to our liking, where you're not adding outside smells, we'll start the study.
And then let's go back to, since the last time we heard the board, how many complaints have you been made aware of by the district that were odor complaints within the vicinity of your facility?
Since the last time we were here at the end of October, 4 months ago, we've been made aware of one complaint. At the time of the complaint, I believe it was midday around noonish, we were doing maintenance, we were cleaning. We weren't actually running any of the frames, any of the dryers. When the inspectors came out a few hours later, they were unable to verify the smell at the point of the complainant, and then they visited our facility. At that point, we had started running. They didn't smell anything in our facility. We gave them a tour. We showed them which units were running, which weren't, and they didn't smell anything there either, so they were not able to verify the complaint. And that's the only complaint we've had in the 4 months since we've been here last time.
So just to be clear, when the inspector was at your facility, you showed them where you were conducting the maintenance, is that correct?
Correct.
And they weren't able to detect an odor at the location where you were conducting the maintenance?
Correct.
Okay. That's all for now.
Thank you. Ms. Reichart, do you have any questions for Mr. Tenenbaum?
Yes, thank you. I'm going to try to go probably in reverse order here, but so just starting with that last question about that one complaint, you said that you showed the inspector where you were conducting the maintenance at the time the complaint came in?
Yes.
But at the time the inspector was there, you were no longer conducting maintenance?
On a couple of the frames, we still were finishing up, and a couple of the frames we had completed and were started.
And you had started operations? Okay,
Correct.
so there was some maintenance, but then others where maintenance had previously been occurring were now in operation?
Exactly.
Okay. You mentioned that you will be continuing to tweak the RCO. What types of tweaks do you anticipate?
It's difficult to say. It's new technology, and it's still unclear. Part of it is cleaning. Part of it is playing with the temperature, running trials, running the RCO at different temperatures and seeing if that improves or makes it worse. Things like that. It's adjusting settings, things of that nature.
So when you say cleaning what?
Cleaning, you're talking about the ducting, you're talking about you're not cleaning the catalyst, but you're cleaning the unit that contains the catalyst. Basically any residue that can get anywhere in the between the frame and the end of the exhaust pipe.
Okay. So is that, like right now when you're running it, has that not recently been cleaned, that area? Or has it recently been cleaned?
Yeah, it was cleaned thoroughly before we installed the catalyst.
Okay.
We've only run it now for a couple days for short periods. But as, you know, we monitor it on a regular basis to see if we're seeing any residue or any buildup or anything, then we'll clean it. It's similar to, you know, in the air clear coalescing filters, you need to keep the maintenance going, you need to keep them clean to make sure that there's no buildup effectively.
And then in terms of temperature, what is the manufacturer recommended optimal temperature?
I believe, and I may be wrong on this, I believe it's at least 450 degrees Fahrenheit, but I'm not 100% sure on that.
Would it be better to ask somebody else that question?
If that's okay.
Okay. And in terms of those temperature variants and changing the temperature, would it be better to ask somebody else about those? I had some more follow-up questions about tweaking the temperature and things. Would it be better to ask somebody else that, or?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
Let's hold off on
I
that.
did want to follow up kind of on the current performance of the catalyst. We have one report that you've given us from the 27th, a reading that was taken at 4:30, and the pre-control, so before this was with an FID, before it went through the RCO, the reading was 6 parts per million, and then after, it was 100 parts per million. Do you have an explanation about that?
Not as of yet. The good news on that is, if you remember when we looked at the first RCO unit, we were seeing readings of 400, 500, 600 after the unit. So it's a positive step so far. Again, it's very early, it's very preliminary that we're seeing 100. But to kind of address your next question, that is the results we're seeing on the air clear coalescing filter from an FID perspective are much better. From an odor perspective, both units, and again, the air clear, we have a lot of data. The RCO, it's very preliminary. Both units appear to be reducing odor, but from a numerical value, the FID readings are better on the air clear. We, to this point, haven't been able to explicitly tie FID readings to odor results, where, you know, saying 5 is much better than 10 or 8 is much better than 20. So we're not 100% sure that that's as meaningful on the odor results, but definitely on the FID side, we're seeing better results on the air clear.
And do you know why you're getting higher readings after the RCO?
Not really, not as of yet.
Is that something that's expected or anticipated?
Again, it's something we're going to look at. It's one of those things where when we talk about the tweaks and the settings and the adjustments we're planning to make, that's one of the things we'll be looking at and seeing if we can find some kind of correlation there.
So what do you think is going to be the main fix that you're going to attempt to adjust this? Because it's already been cleaned, so is it adjusting the temperature up and down, or?
I think that'll be a primary thing that we'll be looking at, and looking at if there's a temperature setting that produces comparable or better results to the air clear coalescing filter and also brings down the FID.
And now, in terms of smell, and I want to, maybe I'll just ask you, what did you say if you're comparing the emissions going through the air clear versus this new RCO? Is there a difference in smell? Is one better than the other?
Again, it's very preliminary. I mean, it's very limited data.
From your 1 or 2 days, yeah.
It's roughly comparable
Okay.
at this point, but it's very early to say, and I don't know if that's, if we talked in 2 weeks, I don't know if I'd have a different answer.
And the way that you were measuring the smell out of both of those is the port that you described earlier?
Correct.
Okay, so that port is after, is there 2 different ports, or does both the emissions, whether it's coming from the RCO or the air clear, go into one place, and then you have that one port that you read from?
I believe there's 2 different ports.
There's 2 different ports.
One following the RCO after it's been cleaned in there, or if we're running through the air clear, there's definitely a port there after the cleaning process has happened in the air clear.
Okay.
Both are before exhausting out through the stacks to the roof.
Okay. And there's no odor, is there an odor port before the RCO or the air clear? So you can't compare the odor, the subjective odor before the controls, it's only after?
Correct.
Okay. You had also mentioned that you had noticed a strong reduction in odors from the cleaning and replacing filters. And how did you measure those odor reductions?
There's two places. One is at the concentrated sniff port, which is right after the air clear, just smelling and seeing how strong, do you smell anything or not? And if so, how strong is it? And the other is the odor monitors external, going around the building, going in the areas where we know we've received complaints, and just monitoring, do you smell anything? If you do, how frequently or infrequently? And we've seen improvements on both of those.
Is that odor port before or after the ducting that's being cleaned?
It's after the ducting that's being cleaned, but before the exhaust up to the roof.
Okay. If you could just give me an idea, because I'm not really familiar with how all that's, so you have the tenor frame, you have, because we're talking about the air clears, because that's where right? And then there's a good amount of ducting between the tenor frame and the air clear, and that's the ducting you're talking about?
It's not a good, it depends which frames and where they're located. Some have more than others, but there's ducting. The hot air exiting the frame goes through the ducts to the air clear where it's then cleaned, and then it
Goes directly.
goes through the exhaust pipe out through the roof.
And that area is not what we're talking about being cleaned, it's only between the, okay. And then, in terms of the sniff port, is that only on frame 10, or do you have other odor sniff ports on other machines?
We have sniff ports following the air clears.
On every single one?
Correct.
So do you,
I don't know about every single one. I know at least two.
You
And
have
those are the two that we've shown the district and worked with them on.
so you have 2 sniff ports, and those are the ones, do you have records of those sniff tests, or the,
Not really. It's more of an informal, ongoing.
so you've been going up?
evaluation.
So do you have numbers, as you say, before we cleaned the ducts, it was X number, and after we cleaned the ducts, now it's this number?
Not really. It's more kind of an ongoing evaluation and just checking it and seeing if you smell anything. Or not.
Oh, it smells better after you've cleaned.
Yeah.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about the catalyst, the new catalyst. And you had mentioned that you have significantly more platinum. Is more platinum necessarily more effective at destroying VOCs?
We believe that to be the case, and the manufacturer believes that to be the case.
Okay, and what is that based on? Like studies or in practice, or what is that based on?
I'm not sure. I believe both.
Okay,
I don't know for a fact.
because this particular application for this is not exactly the same as the previous application that you had looked at in Korea, correct?
Explain what you mean by the application.
Well, have these catalysts that we're using, have these been used in practice anywhere else? Because you said they're custom made, correct?
They haven't been used in this context.
But they've been
But
used
they've been used in other contexts. The custom make was also the design of it and how much, I think the platinum amount was used elsewhere. But I think the specific design, because it was designed to fit into the existing unit that we have, into the existing RCO unit.
Okay, so the particular configuration is different, but the amount of platinum has been used in another context?
I believe so.
Do you know what that context was?
I don't know, but it was described to us as designed for dirtier environments. I believe it might have been a coal plant or a power plant of some nature. It was designed for environments much, much dirtier than ours, which was where we hoped it would be helpful.
And they found that this greater amount of platinum was more effective at destroying VOCs?
Yes.
Did you contact them when you were getting the manufacturer these higher readings after the control to ask them if they had any feedback on that?
Not yet, but that's part of the process.
Okay. And I think this is in terms of the temperature, and if they've recommended temperatures, that would be better for someone else to answer?
Yeah.
Okay. That's all the questions I have at this time.
Thank you. Board members, anyone have questions? Mr. Tenenblatt? Yes, Mr. Balagopalan.
Mr. Tenenblatt, where's the manufacturer of this unit, the RCO? Is it local or overseas?
It's in South Korea.
South Korea? So when when the unit was first purchased, was it when the individual was over there and looked at it, or after you came back, you put the order for it?
I'm not sure exactly on the timeline, but if it was within a couple weeks, if it wasn't done. I don't think it was ordered while he was there, but shortly thereafter.
And it was for a brand-new unit, or was it a used unit? Do you
It
know?
was for four new units.
New units, okay. Do you, you're familiar with the 3 T's of combustion?
Refresh my memory.
Okay, the time, temperature, and turbulence.
Okay.
It looks like the temperature, Ms. Reichert has touched on it. You know, the time is the more, the retention time is how long the exhaust stays in the chamber before, you know, so there's enough contact. You have, with the change in filters, you got surface area. But what I'm having a little difficulty is when in your petition you said that there was not sufficient to handle the volume of flow. Wasn't there engineering done before that, prior to that? Did you not know how much flow is coming from the unit and the you know, you have to size it appropriately?
We had sized it and we had gone through the engineering, and we expected that based on the exhaust and the amount of flow through there, that the 2 units would be sufficient. What we kind of think is that either the catalyst was damaged, or because of the nature of the catalyst, there was enough air sneaking through that was, I mean, you can see in the cylindrical design, that was not running through the catalyst, and that air was enough to increase the odor somewhat. That's loosely what our hypothesis is at this point.
So this unit's in series or parallel when you got the 4 units?
I'm not 100% sure.
Parallel, right? Parallel. Andy, they're in parallel.
If you don't know, just state you
Okay.
don't know.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's fine. Do you know if there's any pre-filter before it goes into the unit to remove any oils or moisture before it goes into the catalyst?
I'm not sure.
Okay. No, so you have the new units and you're testing it, and you're going to evaluate it further, see how effective it is. And so you're looking at the variables, the temperature, and apparently it's too late to do the calculation for the retention time. And okay, I have no further question at this point. Thank you.
Do you know, because you had mentioned, I know, certainly at the last hearing about the South Korea, there were 2 textile plants that used these RCOs. Do you recall?
I believe there were 3, and that we had visited, one member of our team had visited 2 of them.
Do you know, are they using the same filters that you were using, or what might be the difference between?
They are using the same, sorry to cut you off. They are using the same, the old catalyst that we had been using. We're not really sure why they're seeing better results than us. It's possible that we just have a higher standard here of what we consider acceptable and what they consider acceptable in terms of odor, and that may be, they may be high enough for them, but not high enough for us.
So you don't have any types of, any kind of data that you could compare in terms of, are they getting less odors in South Korea?
No.
Okay. I had a question about, okay, so there was one unverified complaint between the last time we were here and now, and it's been testified to by you that it was during a maintenance period. And I recall the last time we were here, there was one NOV that had been in the time between when we had first granted the order and it was in effect, and that last hearing, in October, that there was one NOV, and it was on August 8th, and there were a number of complaints on that day, and that was when the duct cleaning had been finished. So I'm wondering, just understanding that complaints are much fewer, but but that they seem to revolve maybe around cleaning. Is there anything with regard to your cleaning or maintenance practices that you think could be changed or might expose any areas of ducting or anything to open air odors that we could focus on that?
I don't believe so. I think to clarify on the August 8th, I think what we had said, and it's been a while, but I believe what we had said is that we checked the ducts and we felt that they were in need of cleaning. I don't believe it was during the cleaning, but again, I'm trying to
My notes
remember.
say that was the
Okay.
date that the duct cleaning had finished, that it had been done in over
Okay.
a period of time and that it had finished then. But regardless, I just, I wanted to make sure that that question is asked, that if you are taking a look at whatever maintenance and cleaning practices you have, and if there is something that perhaps you're not addressing in terms of air, odors escaping during that, and could we correct that? So it's just something to, if you had thought about it, and if there's something that could address that.
We've looked at, sorry, 1 second. So we had looked at that. One of the things is we believe that with the increased frequency of cleaning, the ducts don't get as dirty. So when you're cleaning them, you're not cleaning something that's as dirty and there's less residue, there's less buildup in those ducts. So if you're starting from not as dirty a place, the hope is that there's less odor-producing products in there that would do it.
And when you do, is it open air when you clean the ducts? Like if the ducts get open to?
The ducts do get open to the air, yes.
Okay.
There's basically like a window for cleaning purposes, but you have to be able to access the inside.
And is there any type of specialized, I don't know what you do to clean, I don't recall, but is there some kind of HEPA filter cleaner or something that could be employed that isn't being employed during cleaning?
I'm not sure, but we can check on that.
That's more, it's more of a, could you check on that? Along those lines, I had just another question as to the changes that were made in the requested modification, and it is in paragraph 1 of the conditions. And I just had a question, if you know. I was looking at the red line version, so it's not going to actually appear, but if you look at the red line version, which is Exhibit B as in boy, on page 9, and that condition number 1, removed from that condition was as well as the wind direction during those cleanings. So it's respondent shall clean the air ducts, the amount of time that you do it, maintain records, but removed from that was the wind direction during those cleanings. And I'm wondering if you know why that was removed.
There's a couple of reasons from a practical standpoint. The cleaning is not a 3-minute process. It's not a 5-minute process. It takes quite some time. And so from a practical standpoint, the wind is shifting constantly. It's not really feasible. You would need someone to literally sit there for that entire period and monitor minute by minute or every few minutes. Beyond that, we really don't believe that we're doing everything we can to reduce it, but we really don't believe that the cleaning of the air ducts is exposing enough air and with enough intensity to get outside of the building, let alone to some of these sources where the complaints have come from.
And is it your understanding that the district specifically agreed to that change as well, based on?
Yes.
That discussion you just had?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, you mentioned this word, this acronym, FID, and I know it's in paragraph 10, and I can't recall what it stands for. Flame ionization detector, okay. If it's not, I see it comes in paragraph 10, this FID, flame ionization detector. I just want to make sure that it is defined elsewhere. I didn't see it, but maybe it is.
It may have been It may have been left out inadvertently through changes, so we can go ahead and define it at that
do it
first
right
place
then,
that
that-
you notice it, yeah.
Okay, so I notice it in paragraph 10. Okay,
Mary, the first place is 13,
Oh, she says in paragraph 10.
but of the,
Oh, 13 of the findings?
yeah.
we have so many versions of them. Okay. There is no page 13 of the findings, that's why.
Sorry, paragraph 13.
Oh, paragraph 13. Oh, of the findings.
Yes. Yep.
Okay, so I did miss it.
No, it's not
It's
defined
not
there
defined,
either.
but that's the first mention.
Right,
That's where-
okay, but
that's where
I
we'll
even
define
missed
it.
it at all. Okay, so this is where we'll define it. Okay, great, thank you. Just wanted to make sure it was defined somewhere in the proposed order. I don't know if I missed this. At the last hearing, we did not yet have the source test results. Do we have the source test results?
We do. We submitted them shortly after the last hearing.
Okay, and I just haven't looked at them. And were those results within whatever acceptable range of results? Or we hear from the district on that?
I'll defer to the district a little bit, but we were pleased with the results.
Okay. And then the final thing is really, I think, for not just you, Mr. Tannenblatt, but it's more of a legally type of thing. If we're going to increase the time in which you're going to be looking at the RCOs and the time frame, I would like to see the jurisdiction of the board extended from June 30th. And I'll leave it to the parties to suggest how long it should be extended, but since we're not going to be seeing you again till May as proposed, I'd like to see an extension on that.
We've actually shortened the period
Oh, you have?
to address that. Yeah, originally in the October order, it was a 90-day period, and the district.
No, I understand that part.
So
Okay.
now we've only got a 60-day period, so we should, the idea with the May hearing date is that we should have the carbon study and the RCO evaluation completed before then, so we can come to you with, here were the results of the study, here's what we found, we worked with the district, and here's what we've agreed upon going forward.
The May date that is proposed is not the issue. I just wanted to make sure that our jurisdiction doesn't end at June 30th, and that we extend it past that. Those are my questions. Ms. Byrd has a question, and then Dr.
I'm sorry.
Ms. Byrd, and then Dr. Lerner. Sorry.
Sorry. We saw an exhibit the last hearing, and I assume you have them with you, but it was Exhibit A, and there was a depiction of the unit. And I just wanted, just to get my bearings back after listening to all the testimony, the air clear filter, as designated there, that's what had been replaced with the new catalyst.
So there's two technologies we're talking about. One is the air clear filter, which we've been running, which I believe, as far as I know, every dye house in the city
Right.
is running. And we have 4 of those units. Those are gone through the permitting process. We've had those for quite some time. What we're looking at now is an RCO, which is a
And-
different technology, a totally different unit to
Okay,
accomplish the
okay.
same
I just wanted to
effect.
make sure. The
And then-
different units.
And so that's a totally different
Okay.
world. Within the RCO, we took out the catalyst, which is the active ingredient that's doing the filtration, that's doing the cleaning, and replaced it with a new one that just arrived.
So it doesn't look anything like this picture that we saw in Exhibit A, the new, the RCO doesn't look anything like that.
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to, I was trying to get an orientation to where the sniffing port was.
Effectively, you have the frame, which is 100-something foot long dryer that the fabric is running through. The air that's in the frame exhausts and goes through the RCO, which cleans it, and then following the RCO, there's a sniff port. So after the RCO has hopefully cleaned as much as possible, that's where you're sniffing, and then beyond the sniff port, it extends up to the exhaust, to the stacks, to the roof, and the
Okay.
remaining air exits the building through the roof.
You had sniff ports on the other units as well, right?
Correct.
Where would those be
It
located?
would be the equivalent after, so it would be from the frame,
Okay.
you're going into the air clear, which is the coalescing filters, which has sprayers, which is cleaning any residue, anything in the air.
Okay.
After you leave there, there's a sniff port before the exhaust goes up to the roof.
Okay, so well, in looking at the picture, I didn't see any space for anything, and that's why I was just curious, because the filter, the air filter, and then I see the stack. And that's why, so it's somewhere before the end of where this filter then goes to the stack, right at that point.
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
If it's helpful, I think I found Exhibit A, if you want, if that would be.
Oh, I have it.
Okay,
I
you
have
do?
it. I'm looking at it right now. That's why I'm asking these questions. No, I just pulled it up. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And so that's why I was trying to understand the different configurations between the RCO and the air clear. And so somewhere before that small word that says filter vessel and then the stack, it must be where the sniffer is. Okay, okay, thank you.
Dr. Lerner.
In that picture, can you point, I used to have 20/20, but now I feel like I have 2200. I can't make it out. But could you tell me where the cleaning window is on that system?
You mean the ports or the access?
Yeah, the port for access.
You mean the sniff? Sorry. Do you mean? The cleaning is before you get to this unit. So the cleaning is, there's the long dryer of the frame. There's ducts going from the frame, taking the air into this air
System,
clear unit, into this system to clean it. Those ducts have basically an opening that we can open to go in and clean out any buildup or any residue in those ducts.
Now, just to refresh my memory, the only complaint that you had related to the time when there was cleaning in this particular segment since we last met, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is it the policy of or is it practical for the company to do it by day, or could it be done in the evening when, the kids aren't around? Because we were concerned about odors and the time of day and school. Just as it's a real small point, and I may be nitpicking here, because we're only talking about one complaint, and I don't remember from our your last visit here, what the percentage of complaints had to do, were coincident with the cleaning process. So could you help me out with that?
It's a little bit difficult just because of the kind of the crew required and the amount of work required to do it, and obviously wanting to have someone managing it and monitoring and making sure when they say it's cleaned, it's actually cleaned. But we'll take a look and see if that's something that's feasible.
What I was really driving at was trying to see if that could be shifted over to a time when the school was closed.
I understand.
Thank you.
Other questions? Senator.
Question. This operation from the beginning to the end, at what point, leave it up, sir. At what point does it move by conveyor?
In the frame, in the dryer, the fabric basically attaches to pins along the outside and then moves. It's held on the pins, but it
Like a
has
conveyor.
some give. Yeah. So the pins will move all the way through and rotate through, and so the fabric is moving on a conveyor belt.
Okay. Now, at some point in time during this operation, you're likely to have the material that will break down. You got fabric, of the fabric and the percent of cotton and so on. And that kind of motion, would you have any breakdown of the cotton where it affects the density of the material as it moves through the process?
Minimal, if any. It's not it's largely a drying process. So if you can imagine, Not a substantial amount, if any.
Have you seen any cotton dust inside of the system?
Not that I'm aware of.
Have you looked at it?
I have, and I haven't seen any cotton dust.
At some point in time during this operation, because of friction, you're going to get a breakdown of the material, I would think, which could be part of the problem that's being caused.
In terms of friction, you're not really experiencing friction in this segment of the process because you basically have, if you imagine a 5-6 feet wide roll of fabric running through, it's only physically touching the pins that are attaching it on the side. So it's not, there's no belt that it's running on. It's not running on something and having friction. It's basically just hanging from the pins on the side.
Is there a blower inside?
Yes.
And the pressure of the blower is designed to do what?
To dry the fabric.
At what temperature that varies?
It varies in the 300 something Fahrenheit.
Well, you may find that could cause a breakdown of material over a period of time during the operation. If you see, they on the head, yes. So therefore, when you have a breakdown of material,
Only the witness is testifying.
you got a breakdown of material, then you're going to have some dust in the area. Another head to go, yes. But you, the VP, I'm asking you if you know this.
I'm not familiar with that.
Well, maybe next time before you testify, check with your support staff. Here on this Exhibit 25, you have the fabric, you have the additive, you have the fabric of cotton, you have the temperature of the control. All those are variables. To what extent that each of these variables contribute to the end product?
What exhibit are we referencing right now?
25, which is the district's exhibit, which is going to be Exhibit 1 to the proposed new order.
In terms of the air clear, generally, in terms of running through the air clear and translating to odor, generally, if anything, you're going to see less odor from a higher content of cotton. That's why in general, if a machine is running only cotton, the district doesn't generally require cleaning technology, something cleaning it afterwards. The temperature of the control unit here is really designed for the temperature of the RCO, with the idea that, as we discussed, we'll be playing with the RCO temperature. Hopefully, we'll find a sweet spot where we see better results based on running it at a certain temperature.
You have different materials you run the dye in there, right?
Correct.
But how many different materials do you run through the process? Ranges from 100 to 10 or 20, whatever.
You might run 50 or 60 different materials in a given day. We won't run all of those in this machine, but throughout the facility, you might run 50 to 60 different materials and combinations in a day.
Have you tried to determine the effect of the odor vary with the material that you're running?
We've tried and we've spent a tremendous amount of time on that and unfortunately haven't been able to pinpoint a silver bullet or this one material that gets disastrous results, whereas other materials are okay. We've seen, you can see variation running 2 batches of the same material, the same color, the same style, and one, there's no odor, and one you smell a little bit. And so we haven't really, believe me, we've worked extensively on this, but we haven't really been able to pinpoint something.
No, I didn't say significant, but there got to be a variable.
The problem is there's so many variables that it's very hard to pinpoint, and so many overlapping variables from one style to another.
One dye also, the type of dye would also have a contributing factor?
We haven't seen anything from the different dyes used. We haven't seen one dye that has odor or something that comes with it.
Maybe we ought to try taking a look at that stuff like that. On Exhibit D, we talk about the platinum catalyst. That's this one.
Yes.
And at the very beginning, it says the platinum catalyst used at present are commercial catalysts designed to operate in a cleaner environment. Whereas the one on to your right are designed to operate in a coal-fired power plant, a dirty environment. So what's the rationale for saying the one on the right is better than the one on the left for this operation?
The idea is, I mean, in terms of what, just the part you recommend, you talked about, the idea is that if you're not in a clean environment, there may be some dust getting in, some other products getting in. And so this will be better equipped. If that was the issue we were having, hopefully this catalyst will address that.
Well, I mentioned that any dust was generated as a result of the operation. You said you didn't think so. Now you
Okay.
think so.
It's possible.
I like the affirmative answer. So you have the one on the right and one on the left. They both are constrictors. You know what I mean by that?
Yes.
They both are constrictors. And the effect of the constriction determined by the concentration, it's another word for it, I think, of the filter that's rated. Is that filter rated one as opposed to the other?
Explain the question.
Is the filter rated in terms of its concentration?
I don't know if the filter is rated. I know that the amount of the catalyst is what we focused on.
That emits, if it's entered to this catalyst at the bottom and rise to the top, then you can measure the effectiveness of the constriction, about how much gets through, odor or dust or whatever.
Okay.
Okay. Now, do you measure, if that being the case, that converter becomes, reduce the effectiveness or the efficiency of the converter based on the amount of dust that's collected in that field constrictor? What do you do about that? You change it or you clean it?
That's what the cleaning is designed to address.
And how do you clean that?
We blow it off with air. We blow off anything that builds up on there.
Do you take it out and blow it out?
Yeah.
In a controlled area?
I mean, you're talking tiny little bits.
All right, that becomes a lot after a period of time. Time is a factor. My next question. The third party, the sniff test we do, you have the name, the person, and so on, who perform these tests. Do you document that?
We haven't started that yet, but we will have that documented. We submitted a list of 3 potential companies to the district, and they approved of 2 of them, and so one of them has been the one that we selected, and we'll be working with them. They'll be coming out, doing the sniff test, and then documenting it.
Well, what about these temperature control? I mean, the temperature control enclosure. What about the enclosed area? Working in an enclosed area, encapsulate the whole area where you control the emitting of the odor.
Are you talking about enclosing the whole facility?
No, just the area, the one that,
Got it.
have you done that, tried that
Yeah,
yet?
we created
Encapsulated it.
basically, exactly, an enclosure so that someone can sniff and try as best as possible to isolate that they're only sniffing that exhaust and they're not sniffing the surrounding air.
It's negative pressure, supposedly. Have you done that with negative pressure? Just put something around it and put your head nearby. How's it done? Please explain it to me.
I believe it's a box that's a contained box, and so the air is going through there, and so the only time it has access is when you actually open it, so you'll have a concentrated amount of the air that's flowing through there, and you'll smell that right at that moment.
Okay, I heard you testify that you do a test at that site, you go outside, you do another test, correct? You did
Correct.
testify to that, correct?
Correct.
Okay, then you determine whether or not there's an odor. Have you determined that, have you smelled anything outside of the plant?
Very rarely, if at all, in the last few months.
At all?
At all, ever? I mean, you're talking.
I mean, since you,
Whoa, whoa, whoa. First, specify your question, then we'll answer the question so that we're not talking over each other.
have you smelled anything outside of the plant?
Are you talking since the last hearing, or are you talking specifically in relation to the RCO?
In relation to RCO?
In relation to the RCO, we've only run it for short periods for the last couple days since it's been installed, but at those times, we didn't smell anything outside the plant.
What about the last hearing?
Since the last hearing, again, occasionally you're talking 1 or 2 second whiffs of a slight odor, but nothing that we found to be objectionable, and nothing for a sustained period of time.
What do you mean by a slight odor? How long you stay in that position to determine that it's simply slight?
On the scale, on the district 0 to 5 scale, we're talking about a 1.
And you stand there for what period of time?
We have monitors out there all day, every day during.
So you never get more than one?
You're not getting more than 1, and that's even rare at this point.
But you've had a number of complaints in the area from time to time.
Since the hearing in October, we only had the 1.
Right, it's important to specify timeframes.
Yeah, well, I'm asking them.
Well, right.
I
But
said
you
from
did
time to
not
time.
specify a timeframe in your question, and the order has been in place, so it's important to specify
since-
what timeframes.
Since the order is going to be in place mañana, how many times it's in place?
Okay,
Wait a minute. all
again,
right.
you got to do it by chunks. We were here in October, and we had testimony on how many complaints from the start of the order to that date. And so are you asking for that again, or are you asking for since the last hearing to today?
Prior to the last hearing and since the last hearing.
So I may be a little bit off on the numbers, but I believe from February to May, we had over 40 odor complaints from February 2018 to May 2018.
And that was before the order
That was
was in
before the
place.
order and before the first hearing. The first hearing was in May 2018. From May 2018 till October, which was the last hearing date, I believe we had 6 complaints over that 6-month span, so 6 complaints over the 6 months. In the 4 months since the last hearing, we've got 1 complaint.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Balagopalan? Unless we could take a break first, because we are very well overdue on a break. Do we have a lot of questions still on the board? Did you have another question? No. And Mr. Balagopalan, how many questions did you have?
Just a couple, just a follow-up on both of your questions, actually.
Do you think we should get those done in a
I think it'll
time?
be very quick, I'll just.
Okay, then let's do that, and then we'll take a break.
Mr. Temple, I think the senator asked about dust. You get lint, don't you, when you dry?
You get
Lint, do you have lint?
lint?
That is, when you're drying, lint escapes
A little bit.
a little bit? I know in my dry at home, I do get, and what about fabric that you bring in? Sometimes they've been knitted and they've oils, and when you dry, you have those coming out also?
A little bit, yes.
A little bit of that, okay. Ms. Pruzai asked about the source test. Refresh my memory, what kind of source test was that was conducted?
We took the exhaust from one of the air clears, and then we sent it out to a third-party lab to analyze pretty much everything they could find in it.
Oh, like GCMS or whatever, to try to break down what's in the
To
exhaust?
try to break down, the idea was to try and see what was in the exhaust and if there's anything that we could tie to odor in any way.
And the report has been submitted to the district?
Yeah, shortly after the hearing, after the last hearing in October, I think late October, early November, it was submitted.
And you haven't heard back anything?
I personally haven't, but I don't know if anybody else on our team has discussed it with the district.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll take a 15-minute break. We had started a little bit late, which is why we're late on breaks, until, let's say, let's say 20 after the hour. And then I think if we're all done with questions for Mr. Tannenblatt? Okay, Senator may have. So Mr. Tannenblatt will be back on. Okay, so we're off the record until 11:20. We're back on the record. And when we left, I don't know, Senator or anyone else had any final questions for Mr. Tannenblatt, sorry, before we moved on? Senator does.
Mr. Tannenbaum,
Tannenblatt, sorry, that was my fault.
sorry.
Tannenblatt, I'm sorry, that was my fault.
Follow the leader over the hill.
The worst I've gotten is Tannenblast, which is exciting but not accurate. So don't feel bad.
Exhibit 24, that's the one we're working on. And it's coupled with Exhibit 25, we talked about that one. So in 24, did you read this exhibit? 24?
The final version of the order, yes.
You finally read the final version. Did you help put it together? Did you contribute to this report at all?
Yeah, I mean, we went back and forth with our council on this, on contributing on our side, and then the district on their side.
Okay, and page 8, 24, they talk about the name and title of the person conducted a sniff test, the date and time of the sniff test, description of the odor of any detected. You put that, you were aware of all that, right?
I'm aware of it. I didn't put that in, the district put that in, but I'm
You
aware of
understand
it.
the significance of it,
Yes.
okay? Then you go over to the next page, after you rate the testing based on the concentration, the intensity. You have which fabric and which dye. And then, of course, that's all documented on Exhibit 25.
Correct.
I think I raised some questions earlier, if you recall, the significance of those.
Correct. And that's been in the data that we've been providing to the district.
You've been providing to the district already?
Correct. We've provided that for a number of different time periods and processes, but on a number of occasions, we've provided data that follows this format to the district.
Then have you had the occasion to document a comparative analysis based on the fabric and the dye and the material?
I mean, we've spent a great deal of time analyzing it. That was one of the conditions, I believe, in the May order that we completed by August. We had our consultant, Dr. Rosenfeld, had a multi-page document with different chemicals and different dyes and the stuff running in the process, and we weren't really able to pinpoint anything that was a big red flag or anything that jumped out as a big answer. But we have been looking at that, and we continue to look at that and try and find if there's anything where we see outlier results or any products used that contribute to that.
You realize, if you do, there was a line of questioning that I was directing to you earlier today.
Yeah.
You didn't know too much about it at that time.
No, I kind of gave you the conclusion on it, which is that we hadn't been able to pinpoint anything specifically, but we have spent quite a bit of time trying to get into that, trying to look at the different things we run and see if there's anything that we see as a cause.
The bottom line is the sniff test. What contributes to the sniff test? Is it the fabric? Yes or no?
From what we have found thus far, the biggest contributor has been the maintenance and the increased speed of the filter replacement in the air clears, the increased frequency of the cleaning of the ducts, the additive that we're now putting into the air clear with the water. Those things have really shown significant improvements. We haven't seen differences anywhere near that significant with the fabric, with one fabric to another.
Cleaning of the ducts, he said that, right?
Correct.
Okay. What contributes to the contamination of the duct? What fabric, type of fabric?
Again, we haven't pinpointed one in particular. I think it's a combination. There's a lot of different products that go into each fabric. There's different constructions of the fabric. There's different fibers. There's polyester. There's cotton. All of that is working together, and all of them are running. You might have, in one day on that one frame, you might have 15, 20 different styles run through. So it's very hard to pinpoint, did the ducts get dirtier because of this fabric that we ran in the morning or this fabric that we ran in the afternoon? It's really a kind of an overall processing.
The attorney for the district asked you early on about fine tuning the RCO.
Yes.
And is this part of the fine tuning process?
Yes, I mean, we'll run the same analysis and see if for some reason the RCO responds better or worse to certain fibers or chemical additives or anything like that. That will be part of the analysis.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Balagopalan?
Yes, Mr. Tenblatt. The source testing was a condition in the order, which was in July 24th, I think, when it was issued, of the coalescing filter exhaust. And I think you said the test was done and submitted the results. Do you know if a similar test requirement was required on the permit that was issued for the RCO units? Or I don't see it in the new order to do a similar comparable test so you can do a comparison, and compare the exhaust of the two streams to see.
I believe that's in the permit for the RCO, so that will be coming at some point. I don't know specifically what we would be testing for, but I remember there being some testing required of the RCO once we get it up and running.
Okay, maybe I can ask district staff to confirm that. If not, my suggestion is if we can add that to the order, so that we'll have comparable results, if both parties are in agreement.
If it's not part of the permit.
If it's not
If
part
it's
of the
not part of the
permit, yeah.
Well, that will have to be requested of the
Requested, yeah.
parties.
Mhm. So is there any way of verifying? You don't have a copy of the permit, do you, Mr. Tenenblatt? Oh, they're checking? Okay. Thank you.
So I assume we'll get that answer. Did you have any other questions?
No, that.
And while they're checking for that, is there any other questions for Mr. Tenenblatt? Okay. I see none, and so, Mr. Williamson, I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry.
You had some follow-up questions.
I've been trying to make notes of all your questions and get the right staff on board. I did have a couple of follow-ups, if that's okay.
Of course.
Okay, thank you. Have you been conducting, I know you said that you're doing 8 hours a day odor surveys outside with your staff. Are those done during maintenance and cleaning as well?
Yes.
Okay, and they haven't noticed any increase in odors during that time?
No.
And their observations are not recorded anywhere? They're just kind of, they come back and then you kind of remember what they've said? You don't have a sheet or anything that records their observations?
Not on a regular basis, but if it's more on an exception basis. Most of the time they're out there, they don't smell anything, so if they do, they notify us.
So when you say they don't smell anything, literally, it's zero? They have and so how many times have they smelled something at all?
In what time period? Since October?
At all, ever?
I mean,
have they ever smelled anything?
Yeah, I mean, we discussed this in the spring last year, where they would be smelling, fleeting odors.
But would they
little bit
report,
now.
is that
Yes.
considered an exception? Would that be documented?
I don't know if it's documented. It was reported and discussed. I don't know if we have documents on that.
So you haven't, it's not your policy to write down when they smell something?
Not on a regular basis. Mostly what we try and do is see if there's anything going on that would translate to that, because that's immediate feedback. If you said today at 3 p.m. I'm smelling something and it's 3 p.m., then we can go look at what's going on and see if we can trace that to anything.
And has that allowed you to trace it to anything?
Not really specifically. It's more the evolution from 3 months ago, 6 months ago, 9 months ago. We've seen a large reduction in the frequency of them saying, hey, I smelled a whiff of something.
Okay, so between October and today, how many times have they said, hey, I smelled a whiff of something?
You're probably talking about a handful.
And you haven't documented any of those?
I don't know off the top of my head. There may be notes somewhere, but I don't have a chart with
And you haven't been able to draw a
records.
connection between what was happening at the facility and those smells?
Nothing, no, nothing concrete.
Do they use the odor scale that's listed in the order?
Yes.
And so what number are they at when they report a smell to you?
In the last 4 months, it's been a 1, maybe a 1.5, but you're talking where they'll say, I smelled it for a couple seconds at this spot.
And they have never reported a smell during maintenance and cleaning?
I don't believe so, not that I'm aware of.
And do you check with them, for example, on the day that we did have the unverified complaint, do you check with them and say, did you smell anything around this time?
On that day, they said they hadn't smelled anything around that time.
Okay. I wanted to follow up on the senator's question. He had asked what contributes to the ducts getting dirty, and you kind of said, well, we don't really know. But what things may be the sum of the contributing factors? And we're talking about, I presume, the fabric, whatever, we don't know which fabric, but the fabric has something to do with creating buildup in the ducts? Is that correct?
Correct.
And then maybe the dyes, do we know?
I don't think the dyes, from what we understand, I don't think the dyes as much as the various chemicals that you need to use to dye fabric. So for example, you put a lubricant on to help the fabric run. You put one chemical to help with the wicking, the moisture management. You put another one for softener. I mean, there's
So
a lot of different products you use to
Would all
make
of that
fabric.
be encompassed in, if we're looking at the things you're recording with the sniff test, additives?
Explain what you mean.
All of those things that you said that maybe it's not the dyes, but it's all these other things. Would all of those things be considered additives?
I mean, we've been recording what we're specifically adding on the frame because there's a number of other products that can be, I mean, you could be talking a dozen in terms of the whole life cycle of the fabric. You can be talking about numerous.
But you add those to the fabric. It's you that adds those to the fabric?
Correct.
So you're not recording those things that are added previous?
What we're recording is what we're adding in the frame, in the dryer as we
But
dry
there's
it.
other additives that are on the fabric themselves that would not necessarily be known by just saying this is 100% polyester. Because there's wicking, there's waterproofing, there's softener, whatever it is, and you're not adding that in the tenor frame, so that's not being recorded?
Correct.
Okay, do we need to add a new term in there in order to make additives mean all of that? Or can we define and have an understanding here at the hearing board that additives means anything other than 100% polyester, that's only what it is, and whatever you're including is the dyes, anything else that's added, it means additives? Because I think that's what our understanding was, and I'm glad we're clarifying this now. Do we need to add a different term, or can we make an understanding?
The problem you're going to have is you're going to have an overwhelming amount of data from looking at that, because that means that page that we're using will handle one lot. So if we do this on a regular basis, you could have 20 products listed there of everything that's touched this fabric since the first step.
But don't you think that might give us information?
Probably not.
I mean, if every time, we're having a spike on a sniff test, it could be because you added a softener or a waterproofer or but if we don't have that data, there's no way, and if we need to rework the form, that's something we can do, but I think that's relevant information. Do you disagree?
Why don't we discuss at lunch? We can talk about some language rather than doing it in testimony.
Okay. It's just new information, so I'm trying to parse it out.
I do think it's appropriate to ask the questions factually of the witness so that you have a better understanding, so you can reframe it if you want to at lunch.
Do you disagree that those things that are added to the fabric before they enter the tenor frame could be relevant to potential odors?
I mean, everything could be relevant. Most of those products end up washing out in the dyeing process. So in the dyeing process at the end, there's numerous rinses that clean out a lot of these other products. So I think what you're going to add is an incredible amount of noise to the data that you're getting.
Why would you add something to a fabric that is all washed out?
For example, so when a fabric is in the dye machine, it it's in rope form, and it cycles through the machine on roughly 1 minute per cycle. For some fabrics, they don't run smoothly, so you'll add a lubricant that will help it run smoothly. By the end of the dyeing process, you wash that out. You don't want that to still be on the fabric at the end, and you don't need it for the drying process. That's one example, but there are a number of products like that that.
But there are a
just
number of
used-
products that are not being included thus far that remain on the fabric when it goes into the dryer.
Correct.
Okay. All right, we can discuss how to maybe address those. How complex, burdensome, costly would it be to put in a sniff port before the control devices, to have a before and after?
Do you mean after the frame, before?
Correct.
The issue there is going to be that the air is extremely, extremely hot. So if it comes out at 300 degrees Fahrenheit, you're not going to want to put your nose in there.
Well, but the air coming out of the RCO is 500, right? It's being at 500 degrees, right?
I don't believe so. I think that's the air at the RCO, at the cleaning mechanism. I think by the time it gets to you afterwards, it's cooled down significantly.
Okay. I think I remember this now, and the problem would be is that you can't cool that air down because it needs to stay. I mean, would it cool down if there was like enough space between, say, where the port is and where you're actually taking a test, like a?
I think the volume of the air, you're talking, 10,000 CFM or more. I think it would be overwhelming. I mean,
Okay.
we can look and see if that's possible, but I'm doubtful.
Okay. How long does the maintenance and cleaning take?
I think it's roughly between 8 to 10 hours on average, 8 to
And
12.
are you doing all of the ducts, or that's just for the duct work associated with one tenor frame?
I think the 8 to 10 or 8 to 12 hours is one air clear, which usually has 2 frames attached to it. So it's in pairs.
Okay. And do you have a typical schedule of when that occurs? Does it always, it's done, it's once a quarter, right, each of them, but is it always, at the same time or same day or anything like that?
I think it varies partly based on production. If it's almost due for a cleaning and we don't have as much work on those frames, we might clean them today rather than Friday because.
When it was scheduled?
Because it was
Is it
available.
possible to do those outside of school hours, to schedule those outside
Yep,
of school hours?
we talked, we'll look at that and see
Okay.
if we can do that.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you for.
Dr. Lerner had another
Follow-up
follow-up.
question. Has anybody smelled the fabric before it starts? Just to bring up the other issue about, does the fabric have a particular odor, or do different fabrics or classes of fabric have a peculiar odor? Not one that, we would say is odoriferous and blah, 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 but something about the fabric per se before it enters the system.
I mean, by nature, a cotton fabric, if you've smelled a cotton T-shirt, has a smell that's associated with it that you would be familiar with. The same with a polyester T-shirt has a bit of a smell that you would associate with it. In terms of before it enters the frame, before it enters the dryer, the fabric is wet because it's just come from the dyeing process. So you don't smell it as strongly. You can, if you know what you're looking for and you try really hard, you can kind of smell it. But but at the end of the day, the complaints we've had have not been about that smell. The complaints have been distinctive of a burnt chemical smell. So we don't think that's what people are smelling or what they're responding to. And that's not what we're smelling in the smell port, the polyester distinctive or the cotton distinctive smell.
I heard the number 50. You had 50 different kinds of fabric.
It's a rough number. It's when you look at the different combinations and styles, and you can have polyester, but you can have a very light polyester, a jersey, an interlock, a fleece. I mean, lots of variations within there.
Okay. May I ask this question then? does the nature of the fabric as well as the fabric itself, how it's woven, how it's created, plus the raw material, does the way it is constructed before it enters the process, does that influence an odor? And then the odor subsequently can be brought out, can be different at the other end of the entire dyeing process. That may be two questions, and I'm sorry for that.
I understand what you're asking, and that's what we've looked to see if we can find anything like that, and unfortunately, we haven't really been able to pinpoint that this particular style produces more odor than that particular style. Like I said, we've even seen where it's the same style, same color, same, they dyed one after another in the same machine, and one of them you don't smell anything, and one of them you smell a little bit of an odor. So we've worked on that, and we continue to work on that, and we're always looking to see if there's something where, hey, this style for some reason has more issues or more odor, but we haven't really seen anything that's consistent or that could be pointed out to have a rule like that.
That was my question, is anyone a predictor? You have so little data, and you're really just at the beginning of it. So it's something to really think about. If any one fabric or style of fabric is a predictor of having an odor, that's what I was getting at. Okay, good, thank you.
Thank you.
Senator has a question. Senator has a question.
I'm looking at my scarf. I got 4 or 5 different colors. You just run one color, or you run a combination of colors? You make one run, you follow it with another run? How's that done?
In terms of what we're running in the dryer,
Yeah.
generally you try and either run just whites, or in general you try and transition from lighter colors to darker colors, because you wouldn't want to run a black through there and then a white, because you might have some color from the black come onto the white.
What's wrong with that?
If you could convince our customers of that, that would save us a lot of trouble.
But let's talk about some other colors. If you run a blue or green or different type of colors, you run it all the way through with one color and then run it through with another?
Yeah, each batch of fabric running through the dryer is about, on average, let's say about 1,000 yards. So you'll run that through, and then at the end of that batch, you'll sew the next batch to it, so you don't have to rethread the whole machine, and then you'll run the next batch. But if you had 10 lots of blue, you'd try and run those consecutively before you move to a darker color that might have dye come off onto the lighter color.
Do you run a color on color?
What is?
See, you run one color through, then you superimpose another color on top of that one. You're like a plaid.
I think you're more in the direction of a print,
Yeah.
which we don't do on these machines.
You don't do prints, okay.
So, no, we do prints, just it's not on the dryers. It's on a separate machine, so it's, how to describe this? You take the print, let's say it's a 4-color print.
Right.
You electronically break that up into each color, and you make a screen for each color. So you'd have your yellow, your green, your red, your blue, and then you put dye in that screen. It runs on a belt and presses through, and where you have the engravings for each dye, you'll have the yellow get onto the fabric here, and then it'll keep going, and the red will come on here, and then the blue, and then the green.
Any odor as a result of that? Never.
Not the odor we're talking about, and not to the objectionable level.
Okay, I think that does it for Mr. Tenenblatt. Mr. Williamson, you had mentioned that you were hoping that Mr. Tenenblatt would be your only witness. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. So then
Could
we'll move.
I had some questions about the temperature on the RCO, and he had indicated he couldn't testify. Will you have somebody that can testify to that, or would you like me to call somebody from Matchmaster?
Sure. I mean, you can ask Bill. You can call him. That's fine.
Well,
I have no questions for the witness, so the district is fine calling him.
okay. Can you introduce, or should we have Mr. Williamson introduce?
I mean,
the witness.
Why don't you introduce him?
Can introduce the next witness for the district, or first witness for the district will be Bill Tenenblatt.
I didn't know if it was William or Bill. I don't know. Bill. All right, could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Billtenenblatt.
Okay, and did you take the oath this morning?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell me what the manufacturer recommendation is for temperature on the RCOs?
The recommendation is in Celsius, 250 to 400 Celsius.
Oh, in Celsius, okay. And on this sheet where you did record the one reading on the 27th, it looks like the temperature is 527 Fahrenheit. Do you know how that translates to Celsius?
I think it's 275. I think it's 275.
Okay, so there's a wide range there. You said, what was the range again?
250 to 400.
250 to 400 Celsius. And did they give you any indication of what the optimal temperature would be, or what the variability is between?
I mean, they think 300 Celsius might be the optimum.
Okay, and so is there a reason it was a little lower than that when you had taken this reading?
I mean, we obviously, if we can manage it at a lower temperature, then it's advantageous you're using less gas. But there is no reason. I mean, we started at that temperature, and if we can always increase it and go from there.
How precise is the temperature? How can you get the temperature to exactly 300 or 305 or 307? You can get it
Yes.
exactly.
Plus or minus, 5 degrees.
Plus or minus 5 degrees?
Something like
Okay,
that.
so what is the plan then? It seems like temperature is one of the factors that we'd be looking at. What is the plan for adjusting the temperature to see how that affects?
I mean, normally the way we do it, we try to do a systematic study. So let's say in this case, we might take, let's say 25 degrees increments, and we might move from 275, 300, 325, at various intervals, and then we can try to see if we can detect any odors.
And how long will you run it at each of those temperatures?
I would say 15 minutes.
Okay, and then you would be taking sniff tests at each temperature interval?
I mean, this would be one of the plans, that's one of the plans that we have in order to see if there is an optimum temperature.
Okay, so in the order, it requires a certain quantity and frequency of sniff tests, but if you are taking more frequent sniff tests, was it your intention to record those and give them to the district as well?
We could, sure.
Okay, and so would you be okay with adding that, if a reading is taken, if a sniff test is performed, that it's recorded, even if it is above and beyond the quantity required in the order?
I mean, it's going to be a process of doing variations and testing. Obviously, we're going to give you the results. How you want it, I guess. Let the lawyers decide how to write it. But we intend to definitely give you all the results that we have.
I understand. It seems like sometimes there's sniff tests being informally performed, and maybe the data is not being written down. And so my inquiry is that, would we be able to go ahead and, if you're making these changes as frequently as every 15 minutes, can we require that be actually recorded, so we have a record of that?
I mean, I don't know. I guess yes. I would say yes.
Okay. Have you actually set out your plan in terms of the types of modifications and tweaks that you'll be performing on the RCO?
You know, it's just, like I said, we just started it a couple days ago, and you know, I would say the first plan would be temperature variations, and going forward in the long run, you also want to make sure that at day 30 it has the same results as at first day, or day 60 it has the same type of results. You know, one of the issues is that the odor is so minimal that it's very hard, you know, unless something happens and it'll be a high amount of odor. I mean, we're talking right now, at least from the initial, as a 1, you know, that we detect. So there aren't a lot of spikes, but we'll look day by day and see what we're getting. The first thing would be temperature variation.
Is there any other tweaks? I know that one of the board members had mentioned that there's also time and turbulence that's a factor. Do you have any thoughts about tweaks that you may perform related to time and turbulence?
I mean, certainly as far as time, we're going to look at it, you know, let's say in hour number 1, let's say, and maybe hour number 3 or something like that. We're going to look at that.
Can you adjust how much time the exhaust spends in the RCO? I mean, so is there a way to say, you know, you're blowing it through,
No.
but you can hold it
No.
for longer?
No, because you're talking about a large amount of air going through, and you can't adjust. There's no holding place for that.
And there's no adjusting the speed at which it goes through?
I don't think so. I mean, I'll check into that, but I don't think offhand that you could adjust the speed.
Okay, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
I think we are done. Are we done? Senator, did you have questions?
Mr. Tannenblatt? Tannenblatt,
Yes, sir.
how long have you been with this company?
How long?
Yeah.
45 years.
What's your title?
I'm the president.
Oh, I thought that. Son. Okay.
Thank you.
Did anyone else have any questions for the other Mr. Tannenblatt? I see none. Okay, so Mr. Williamson had already passed on to Ms. Reichart. So Ms. Reichart, did you want to introduce your next witness? And just so we know, we're going to definitely take around 12:15. We'll take our lunch break. So let's see. Do you think we can get through your first witness? President?
Absolutely, my first
Okay.
witness, possibly another one. Let's see how it goes. All right. The district calls Vicente Godfried. Okay. Could you state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Vicente Godfrey. That's Vicente and Godfrey.
Godfrey. No D. Yeah, I got it. Did you take the oath this morning?
Yes, I did.
And are you familiar with any odor complaints with this facility?
Yes, one odor complaint was brought to my attention that occurred on December 17th, 2018.
And were you the inspector on that complaint?
No, I don't. That complaint occurred on a Monday, and I did not work that day.
And but have you familiarized yourself with the complaint report?
Yes, I have.
Okay. At what time did that complaint come in?
That complaint came in around 12:50 hours.
Okay. And then what time did the inspector arrive at the complainant's location?
The complainants arrived. The inspectors arrived at approximately 15 hours.
Okay. So that's 3:15?
Yes,
Right, okay.
3:15 p.m.
Okay,
Yes.
so it's from 12:50 was the initial complaint, and they arrived around 3:15 for us non-military time folks. And at the time that, could you tell me how the complaint was described when it was called in?
It was described as a burning plastic smell.
And based on your experience with this facility, is that typically the type of description that has come in for complaints related to odors in this area?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. When the inspector arrived with the complainant, was the inspector able to detect any odor?
Actually, there were 2 inspectors that arrived, and they did not detect odors while doing the survey.
Okay. And was the complainant able to detect an odor at the time that the inspectors arrived?
No,
Okay. And then the inspectors went to the Matchmaster facility, correct?
that's correct.
And what were the inspectors informed was occurring during the time of the complaint by Matchmaster?
They were informed that maintenance was occurring at the facility.
Okay. At the time that the inspectors arrived, what was occurring at the facility? Was there production occurring at that time at the facility?
Yes.
As well as still some maintenance?
Yes, there is a combination of maintenance and some production.
Okay. And then the inspectors, did they tour the facility at that
Yes.
time? And were they able to detect any odors at the facility at that time?
No.
Okay. And that's all the questions I have.
Thank you. Mr. Williamson, do you have any questions for Mr. Godfrey?
I will probably just ask one. Are you aware in the history of complaints at Matchmasters and in your personal experience visiting the facility or any other inspectors of any odors being detected directly related to maintenance activities?
And I'm not aware of.
Okay, that's it.
Mr. Godfrey, are you aware, I think Ms. Reichart, either in her opening or at some point, had mentioned that there was discussions with the school district or any, the principal or any representatives of the school. Was that you?
Yes, I had a conference call between my supervisor, Harold Rank, myself, and the complainant on last Tuesday.
Okay. Oh, the complainant. So who are we talking about with the, I mean, I don't want to ask who, but,
You can just say where the complainant is from.
okay.
Oh, the complainant from the Animal Jackie Robinson School.
Okay, so that's helpful. So it was from the school, and it was just about that complaint, or did you have additional conversations about complaints overall, or odors overall?
We had a conversation about, the conditions, in the school in regards to, air quality and, that nature. And I was informed by the complainant that
I appreciating that we don't have strict evidence rules in a matter like this, I am concerned about the hearsay.
We are allowed to take hearsay.
I appreciate
We
that. I just
cannot-
wanted to note it for the
Thank
for the
you, and
record.
I will, thank you, and I will let all board members know that the conversation that Mr. Godfrey is now telling us about is completely hearsay. So we cannot gauge or we cannot hang any one of our findings completely on what Mr. Godfrey is saying because it is hearsay, but he may present it. So if you could, please go on.
the complainant informed my supervisor and I that the nature of the orders have occurred with less frequency and less intensity since the last hearing.
Thank you. And was there anything else?
No, that was the most pertinent information that I received from the complainant.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else have questions for Mr. Godfrey? Dr. Lerner.
Is it my understanding that just only one piece of equipment was undergoing maintenance, to your knowledge, or were there multiple? Because there are a large number of them. And the question is, were the other ones working while this one or more were?
Yes, the inspectors noted which frames were in operation and which were down for maintenance. And there were 3 that were in operation and 4 that were down for repairs.
At the time of the inspection?
At the time of the inspection.
But at the time of the complaint, did they note which ones were?
No, they were not aware which ones prior.
Sorry, I just want to make sure that was clear.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Godfrey? I'm sorry, Ms.
Just
Byrd.
one very
Ms.
small-
Byrd and then Senator.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So you both
I-
asked at the same time about.
I was wondering if in the complaint received, they gave any intensity level? Was it slight? Was it fleeting? Was it that kind of thing.
You mean from the
The one
complainant?
complaint, yes.
The complainant did not state a particular odor level on her scale.
Or how long?
Well, I'm sorry, I misstated that. The complainant stated that the odor was about a 3.
Okay. Thank you.
And what were you referring, is that your, the notes from the inspector that
That's
is
the
in the
complainant
file?
report that was brought to my attention by the
complainant report.
inspectors, yes.
Okay, thank you. Senator, you had questions?
What, you mentioned the date, will you repeat it for me again, please, sir?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The date that this.
Oh, the date, yes, that was December 17th, 2018, a Monday.
On a Monday, December. The weather was pretty much cool outside, I guess. The temperature outside, they didn't detect that.
The temperature was not listed on the report.
Okay. Then the next question is, the time of day you mentioned like 3:30 or so.
Yes, 15:15, yeah, so it's 3:15 p.m., yes.
That's when the complaint came in.
No, that's when the inspectors arrived
What
at the
time-
vicinity.
what
The
time-
complaint came in at 12:50,
12:50,
so just past noon.
a little more than 2 hours
Yes.
afterwards. What about the wind flow? Anybody discuss that?
The inspector stated that the winds were out from the west with an average speed of 2.8 miles per hour and a high of 5.5 miles per hour.
What's the likelihood of the odor being dispelled by that time, 2 hours plus later on?
I cannot
Okay.
say what happened between when the complainant, what happened between the time the complaint was received and the time the inspectors arrived. I don't know what happened.
But the inspector couldn't detect any odor at that time?
They did not detect
Nor
odors.
did the complainant couldn't detect any odor at that time?
No. Not when they didn't detect odors when the inspectors arrived. The complainant did state an odor when they called it into the district, but the complainant did not detect an odor once the inspectors were there.
Was the rationale that the wind could have been a factor?
I cannot answer that question.
Yeah, what are you going to answer? And you've heard testimony that the odor was detected internally inside the site when they were when it was downtown, that means they were repairing.
Downtime, yes, that's during the repairs, yes.
Hang on, I think that misstated the testimony.
But yes, I think, I believe Mr. Williamson is correct. I believe that misstates the testimony from earlier. I don't believe that there was testimony that there were odors detected inside at the time.
So, I recall there was testimony.
I don't recall such testimony that there was, no.
You don't recall?
No, I don't recall that being stated.
What do you
About-
recall?
Yeah, you need to be a little more specific, because there were a lot of discussions about odor patrols this morning, but with regard to the day the complaint was and the time that the complaint was called in, I do not recall any testimony with regard to odors inside the facility.
I recall that during some period of time early on, there was odor detected inside of the site when they were making some repairs.
So are you talking about in a time frame before the December 17th, 2018 complaint that we were discussing?
Yes, sir. Yes.
So can you be, okay, do you
I'm
have
trying
a
to
question?
figure out which event you're referring to, because, we've had many in the past.
Chances are the inspector was not called out for that. But I'm just trying to establish as a fact with a question. The correlation could be that when there's repairs going on, there's a maximum likelihood that there's an odor.
I think we're calling for speculation, especially because the testimony is that the inspectors did not smell anything when they came or when they went to the facility. So
That is correct. That
you
is
can't make
correct.
that next jump.
I'll save that statement during make the statement later on.
Did you have any other questions that you want to bring out, any other facts from the witness?
Free to go.
Okay. Well, not yet, because Mr. Balagopalan has a question.
Oh, wait, Mr. Malagopalan,
I'll be brief. Mr. Godfrey, a question was asked earlier about how they clean the ducts. Are you familiar with the operation, what method they use to clean the ducts at the facility?
No, I am not.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Lerner had another question.
You may not be able to ask this question, but then I think I will ask it of the respondent. When that particular event was occurring, you think 4 out of the 8 were done? They were out of service. They were being cleaned. Is that correct? Is that what you said?
I'm just based on what the inspectors have told me via the report. There was 4 that were down for repairs.
Okay,
And 3 that were in operation when they arrived.
gotcha. Okay. Yeah, the question I have is, I don't know if we can go back or we're done.
If it's very important, we can
Well,
try and
okay,
revisit, but
Okay, I will ask you if it's important, and then I can withdraw the question.
only you can,
Or-
only you can know if it's important to your overall decision as to whether there's good
Yes.
cause to
Yeah,
modify
I think it is, and let me say why. If there are a number, if there's only 1 out of 20 or 1 out of 8 that is being cleaned, the likelihood of that one causing odor is much less than if 6 out of 8 or 6 out of 20. I think the more that are being done simultaneously, the greater the risk. So I just need to know some data about that.
But wait, I don't want to take anything out of order. Does anyone else have any questions for Mr. Godfrey before we move back? Anyone else have any questions for Mr. Godfrey? Thank you very much, Mr. Godfrey. Okay, and you have a question, and Mr. Bill Tannenbaum would like to answer the question, and the question is, if you can restate it, is it on the day of the, if I can restate it, on the day of the complaint, December 17th, 2018, how many of the tentaframes were being repaired and down?
No, we know that. That's been asked and answered. The question is what percentage of the total number in operation are being cleaned at any one time? And is there a relationship between that and any observable complaint, any complaint that has been brought forth? Now, you may not be able to answer that, but just in theory, just the theory of it.
I think that's a very good question.
Finally, I asked a good question.
Sorry, am I on? Okay. We clean 1 at a time. We clean 1 frame at a time. One air clear. When we clear the ducts, it's usually from 2 frames. So that would be the maximum that we clean. 2 out of 7 would be the maximum that we clear at one time. We have not found any relation between that and the odor outside. You have to look at the amount of air that goes out the ducts is a huge amount of air. And if there's any relationship, it's that air. When the frame is down and we just clean the ducts, whatever odor is in there, it cannot travel, it's inside the building and it basically can't go anywhere. So we looked at that. Believe me, we looked at all the possibilities. And we're still open to looking at anything, but we don't see any connection between the two. We don't see a connection between cleaning and odor detection outside, especially 2 blocks away or whatever the school is.
Okay, but let's not get too far, okay. Yes. No, I'm not worried about that, I'm more worried about, okay.
Let me just follow up with that. When it's cleaned, is it put back in service Does it go back in service after it's cleaned, or you wait the next day to do it? And if so, when you start up that particular engine, that system, is there a burst going out of stuff? Because when it's down, nothing is moving. There's no air going through it because the temperature, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
So the question is, when it starts up, is that the most vulnerable time for that particular device to pollute the air?
No,
With an odor?
because when it's cleaned, it's actually the least amount of odor that it could have. And that air will still go through the air clear and be cleaned by the air clear. So I would say after cleaning, it's the least likelihood, more the opposite. If you have more residue in the duct, and we're assuming that creates some odor, I would say it's exactly the opposite. When you have a lot of residue in the duct, that's when you have a chance for the odor to be stronger. But when you clean it and you start up the equipment, basically that would be the least amount of odor that you would have out.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The Senator and then Mr. Balagopalan.
What's the residue? Tell me define residue in that stack.
You know, it could be oil, it could be, carbon or that type of residue.
Dust particles?
There could be some dust particles in there mixed with a carbon.
How does the oil get, if at all, dispersed in that area?
I mean, when you're drying a fabric, whatever residue is in the air can collect on the duct. Can be a small collection of that on the ducts.
Where's the oil coming from? It is in the air. If it's in the air, where's the oil coming from?
There could be on the fabric. There could be a small residue of oil on the fabric. Or soap. You know, it's not necessarily oil. It could be a soap, or it could be, surfactants or things like that.
It could be a lot of things, huh?
I mean, we analyze, what's in there. We know the products that are in there, and like I said, it has the ducts. What we've seen have a certain. It's almost like when if you have a barbecue, or you will have some residue after a while, and on the barbecue, and you have to clean it.
The doctor asked you a question regarding correlation between cleaning the system and whether or not there's going to be an odor outside, disseminated. And I think your statement was that when you were doing any cleaning inside, there's no way there's going to be an odor outside.
We don't believe so.
You don't believe so?
No.
You don't believe so, right? Say that again.
From our analysis and our record of what we're looking at, we have not found any correlation.
All right, fine. In the December, when the complaint came in, the inspector went to the site of the location of the complainant. And I think it's been testimony that at that point in time, because of the wind flow, the odor could not be detected.
That was not established. Please, let's only go by what the testimony was. In fact, the testimony, in fact, Mr. Godfrey was very clear that he could not say it was because of wind flow. All we can say is it was there, according to the complainant, at a certain time, 2 hours later. Neither the complainant nor the inspector smelled it.
You didn't let me finish.
I have to correct the record.
No, you didn't have to correct it if I didn't make the statement. You can't correct the statement unless it's made. The inspector was there at the site, and at that point in time, did not determine that the odor could be determined. Right, thank you. Then the inspector went to the plant, and they And there it was determined that they were making repairs at that point in time. Is that correct? That was testified to. So then my question would therefore be, what contributed to the odor which caused the complainant to make the complaint at that point in time, if there were none at all?
I just wanted to step back and remind us that unfortunately, we do not have a verified complaint. So we have a complainant, we have an unverified complaint when the inspectors came. You can ask the question, but I think it's speculation for anyone to answer what the complainant smelled.
Well, you answered the question for me, thank you.
I didn't answer. I said it's speculation. I said you can ask the question.
I mean, again, we didn't detect anything. So I can't tell you what the complainant detected, but we ourselves didn't. That's all I can say.
Any other?
Thank you.
Yeah, just real quick.
Okay.
Just
Mr.
one quick, and I think
Balagopalan.
Mr. Tambling can answer this question for sure. What's the method you use for cleaning the frames and the duct, steam, hot water? What's the method of cleaning?
There's basically, first of all, they scrub, whatever is there, they scrub it. And then I think there is some kind of a soap that loosens up whatever is in there, and then they wipe it off.
And the duct is big enough so they can go crawl into it and.
Yes, yes.
and-
And it has, small enough
Opening.
windows where somebody can go in.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? We're going to break for lunch, so we'll end with that. Ms. Reichert, how many additional witnesses do you plan to call?
Unfortunately, I think it's 3, but they're all on very small, limited issues that I need separate people to testify to, unless I can talk to them and see if one of them can cover the other ones, but.
Okay, and then, so we'll take them up after lunch. We'll take a lunch until 10 after 1, and we will reconvene at that time. And is that enough time? I know that there were a few issues that council might get together for, including the additives definition that is on the Exhibit 1 to the proposed order. Perhaps a discussion of any date to extend jurisdiction, and I don't know if there was something else.
And
permit?
Yeah, if the testing requirement was on the
Is on the permit.
Or if it can be added to the order.
Well, I'll have that, that's testimony we'll present, and then if you decide at that point, we can add it to the order.
Sure.
Okay.
That's fine, thank
So
you.
just those two things. Okay, we're off the record, and we'll be back at 10 after 1.
Do you need one? Is that the one you have? Do you need one?
Okay, we're back on the record. Does it make sense, Ms. Reichart, to just begin with your next witness, or are there things that the parties would like to report to the hearing board?
Well, I could cover one of the questions by the hearing board if you will accept it, just in terms of, we came up, there is a requirement in the permit regarding source test, but there is not a deadline to actually perform the source test, so we have agreed to add a condition setting forth the timeline of that. So I don't know what number we want to do it as. There's, the only problem is that condition number 16 is referred to a couple of places in the order. So if we do it anywhere before that, that's the last condition, it will, it might have to adjust the numbering, but that's typically the last condition that we have. So it's up to the board where you want to put it in.
I think it's because of what you just said and the logistics of trying to find that paragraph 16 everywhere. If the parties know it's there and don't mind, we could add it to the end, the very end.
Perfect, okay.
But Mr. Balagopalan,
Just wondering if the permit condition somewhat mirrored what the order reflected before, you know, so that the test, so the comparison can be made at sort of apples to apples for the different control system, because there was a requirement to do, what do you call, using well, besides the method.
In terms of the method,
And the scenarios, you know, it had 100% cotton blend, synthetic blend, and 100% synthetic, so they were the same variable, so then when you get the results, you can do a similar comparison.
I will probably have to have an engineer come up to address that. And I will do so. And if the, if it's if the permit sets forth all of those conditions, then we will just refer back to the permit. If not, we will just mirror the language in the previous condition, if that's acceptable. And we can see where that comes out. The other, the council and I will just propose this, if we thought that if we wanted to extend the jurisdiction 30, or another month, maybe to July 31st. I don't know if that's a weekday or not.
okay, so we'll take that and we'll discuss that amongst the
that,
board
yeah.
at deliberation.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Go ahead,
One point to raise there, just to make sure that everybody's on the same page. I know you had raised some concerns about the jurisdiction. One of the things to keep in mind here is that we're accelerating the carbon study. So we don't have to extend, although we have a 60-day period for this RCO, we don't have to extend the jurisdiction equidistant, because now we are going to have concurrent dispute resolution procedures. So really, we're going to be ready to go before the next hearing, but to address the board's concerns, we did 30 extra days.
Thank you for that explanation.
And I know there'll be various changes to the order, but just one change based on the testimony, if council agrees, to one of the findings, was that the catalysts were installed on February 26th. I believe the testimony was, as opposed to the 25th, which would be on page 4, line 26. At the end of the line, it says 25th. Council.
I had that noted.
Oh,
yes.
okay.
No, and it is in relation to the testimony. Thank you for that.
Okay. And then, council, we discussed the additives, and we came to a resolution that we don't need to adjust the additives, which if the board wants more elaboration on that, we can discuss that, but we think we're acceptable the way the order is.
If you can just tell the board, that because we heard a lot of testimony and back and forth about additives, if you can just explain to the board perhaps what the resolution is, and that you are in fact in an agreement and understanding amongst yourselves, that will be helpful.
So we discussed with them, we both, Matchmaster and the district has looked at all the MSDS sheets from all of the additives, and Matchmaster has explained that they believe that, see, this is testimony, this is why I don't know if I want to, how far to get into this, but they had given us some indication about that they believe it's really related more to oils, and that there's some data that they had to back that up, and they're going to provide that with that to us in lieu of these additional additives, which they believe will have, would be muddying the data and be hard to process and assess, and would be of limited utility.
And does the district feel that we need to add anything to the order to get that information regarding oils?
We have their word, and so out of an abundance of just keeping it, not having to add more things, we're going to accept that at this time.
Okay, and that makes sense. Okay. So then, do you want to move into your next witness?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
The district calls Don Nguyen. Don, can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Don, D-O-N, last name Nguyen, N-G-U-Y-E-N.
And what is your position here at the district?
Senior Air Quality Engineer.
And did you take the oath this morning?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so let's start first with, just to address the source test protocol that we were discussing. Could you just briefly explain what the requirement in the permit is regarding conducting a source test on the RCOs?
So we have a condition, K171.1 in our permit to construct for the RCO and the associated tender frames to conduct a source test and with the initial requirement to submit a source test protocol no later than 30 days after the permit to construct is issued. And then there's a number of, information like a brief description of the equipment tested, the process, the parameters such as process flow, fuel rate, process weight, what they're actually processing, that kind of information in the protocol should be submitted.
Is there a final deadline for actually conducting the source test in the permit?
No, not in this condition, no. It's actually, it's the way it's written is to, once the source test is conducted, they have 30 days to submit the final report.
Okay. And then I'm just going to refresh your recollection from the previous order that had source test requirements. The requirements there was that the source testing shall be conducted using SCAQMD test method 25.3 and methods 1 through 4, report emissions by concentration and mass emissions rate under the following scenarios: 1, 100% cotton; 2, cotton synthetic blend; 3, 100% synthetic. That's the first one, and let's address that. Is that required under the permit?
It's not spelled out exactly that way. It's more general information where they have to provide all that data associated with the source test. But to answer your question, no, it's not exactly mirroring the order.
And then the second one requires canister sample testing while operating under those same 3 scenarios using test method TO15. Is that required, or is?
No, this is a full-blown source test
That's a more limited test?
That was a grab sample.
So that would be unnecessary at this stage because the source test should cover everything we need?
Correct.
Okay. But based on your reading of the permit and the information I just gave you, in order to be specific that we get all of the information set forth in that first one about the test methods and the 3 conditions, it would be advisable to make that explicit in the condition and the order?
Yes.
To actually list that out? Okay, thank you. Now I'm going to talk to you about the last source test. Are you familiar with the source test that they submitted that was required in the previous order?
Yes, we did receive a copy of it.
And to your understanding and knowledge, was that source test conducted properly? Was it a proper source test?
Yes, we received a conditional approval letter from our source testing division that was conducted properly.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Senator had a question. Do we have the source test? The original order required a source test, and the source test results were given to the district, and I don't think we've been given the source
We
test
have not submitted. If you want a copy, we can try to obtain one and make copies for you.
Nice to have a copy of all that, wouldn't you think so?
I don't think I need one, but if you do, we can ask, is it a long?
Would you like us to put it up on the screen to look at rather than a copy? Would that be acceptable? Okay.
Fine.
We have a summary.
Oh, okay.
There's a summary page if you'd like to see that.
I think that would be good for us, and the senator would like that.
Yeah, you go over there. And it'll go up, where is it going to go on the screen? It's going to go, yeah, right there. Okay, can you just kind of, oh, yeah, it's still kind of blurry. Maybe, is that just my eyes?
I have it on my computer if you want me to try.
I was like, I didn't know if it was my eyes or if it was. Oh, I know, it's like when the doctor changes the lenses. There we go. All right, can you just kind of give a summary of these results, what they mean, what they say?
So there are 3 conditions under which they were required to test. At the top, I guess the top row, that's the 100% cotton, the cotton synthetic blend, and the 100% cotton. So there's those 3 columns that represent the 3 scenarios that they had to test under. And it gives you the sampling time, volume that was processed during the source test, moisture content, the exhaust flow rate in dry standard cubic feet per minute. And the results of that were the TGMNEOE basically is the VOC that that came from that resulted from the source test under those 3 scenarios in ppm as well as in pounds per hour.
Okay, so it looks like we're looking at 3.1 ppm for the 100% cotton and the cotton synthetic, and then 6 ppm for the 100% synthetic?
Correct.
Okay, and then did you perform a calculation of what that equates to in pounds per day?
Yes, we did. So assuming 24-hour per day operation, the 3.1 ppm is about 2.2 pounds per day, and the 6 ppm at the 100% synthetic operation is for that run was 4.6 pounds per day of VOC.
So if this were a new application for a permitted equipment, and this was the information given for VOCs, would there be specific control equipment required to control VOCs based on this data?
So since it would be over a pound a day in VOCs, we would have to discuss with the applicant VOC control, correct?
Okay, and what types of controls would we require?
Exactly the similar ones to what we're talking about: an RTO, a regenerative thermal oxidizer, RCO in this case a recuperative afterburner, something like along that lines that would control VOC.
Okay, so we would request something more than what was already on the system being tested in this case.
If you're referring to the coalescing filter, yes.
Yes.
Again, previously we had discussed coalescing filter in general as a PM, particulate matter control only.
Okay, so they are proceeding on the path that would normally be taken in order to try to control the levels that we're seeing here.
Yes.
And then if we can conduct a similar source test on the RCO units, would that be a valuable test to be able to compare the emissions between the coalescing filter and the RCOs?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. There may have been more questions the board had that I needed to cover, and I apologize. but they're escaping me, so I will, with that, I will pass it on.
Well, first, I'm going to ask Mr. Williamson if you have any questions.
No questions.
Okay, Mr. Balagopalan has questions.
Mr. Nguyen, can you, I think the more relevant, of which I feel, is the table 4.2, the method TO15. Can you flip to that page? Because that speciates the organics that were, which could relate directly to the type of odor-causing compounds based on that. So do you know if anybody, oh, I'll let you.
You can turn on that microphone there and pull it towards you, and that way anything you have to say, you can be picked up.
Let me see if I can try. Let me see if I can try to get the entire page on there. Not quite.
That's fine, I think we get the,
I think, yeah, that's basically it.
Yeah, my question, and I think this is good because it does give you the type of organics that have been emitted. And do you know if anybody had looked at the odor threshold for these compounds to see if there's as a comparison?
Folks in our source testing did look at some odor thresholds, and as I recall, it never exceeded any of the odor thresholds, as I recall.
If you would like, we can call somebody from source testing. I have somebody here.
Okay, that would be good. And the reason I'm said that we should do a similar test for the RCO is because then you'll get a similar result. Because and my point is being the different controls may control selectively certain organics. There may be one or two individual which might not be controlled as well as the one unit and might be with the other, or vice versa. And it's good to know with the threshold if that is a driver for the odor. So that's the reason I think it'll be beneficial to have in the test that has been done for the RCO to also conduct this similar test.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you.
And is that what was anticipated in the,
Well, actually, based on my questioning, it sounded like the source test was going to be more complete, but if the board would like, we can incorporate the conditions that resulted in these results, which were what he referred to as the canister testing, TO15, to get the more speciated
Yeah.
results.
Yes, and that could identify a potential odor compound.
Use that term like I know it.
and would that be acceptable to Matchmaster?
That's fine.
Thank you. Did you have any other questions?
No, I think we have the conditions in the previous order, so we can mirror the same similar condition, that'll be fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Did anyone else have questions for Mr. Nguyen? No, okay. Did you need another, someone else testifying
Oh,
on
about the
this?
odor, you wanted to testimony about the odor thresholds?
Yeah.
Okay,
Should we do that next, whatever is next?
Yeah, the
for you?
district calls Mike Garabay. Michael?
It's still up there, right?
Yeah. If you want to introduce yourself. Please state and spell your name for the record.
Michael Garabay, Michael
And what's your position here at the district?
I'm a source testing manager.
And he has not taken the oath. He was not here this morning, so he needs to have the oath administered. Just stand up.
I'm going to have Mr. Garabay please rise, and then if there was anyone else who's going to testify who did not take the oath, please rise as well.
I do.
Thank you. Do you recall when we initially looked at the data here, if any of the compounds exceeded the odor thresholds?
Yes, we did an analysis of the odor thresholds versus the compounds that were measured, but not in the particular data set that was just shown to us by Mr. Nguyen, but some canister samples that we had previously collected from the Matchmaster site from the tenor frames.
And did any of those compounds exceed the odor thresholds?
No, they did not, but with that said, I should point out that unfortunately, the technology for measuring these odoriferous compounds, unfortunately, has not advanced to the point of the human nose. So we analyze for as many of the odor-causing compounds as we can, but and the ones that we did select, identify, and analyze for, none of those exceeded the odor thresholds, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it doesn't necessarily mean that there may not be other odor-causing compounds present.
Okay, no further questions, Al.
Mr. Williamson?
No questions.
Yes.
Balagopalan?
Yes, Mr. Garibay, first of all, congratulations on your promotion. I think it happened after I left, but
Yeah. Thank you.
You said the district collected a sample and analyzed it separate from the test that was done by the source.
Yeah, that's correct.
And so, did you compare the compounds that the district did versus what was in the sources? See which ones were, there was a difference between the two.
Close.
Yeah, we didn't do that, but I'm trying to just recall right now what some of the compounds that we did detect. Yeah, we didn't actually do that. Yeah.
So do you, I mean, I think we at least I'm suggesting that we do a similar test for the RCO. And would you agree that it would be beneficial to do a similar test to get some results of what's been emitted?
Although we didn't detect any odor-causing compounds, I suppose that if we did do the same canister sampling that we did previously on the uncontrolled emissions, and then repeated that same test on the RCO, it would give some degree of the RCO's ability to reduce other similar odor-causing compounds. So there may be some value in that.
Okay, thank you.
And I have been given a copy of the permit, and we do have almost everything that was in the previous conditions. It does say 3 different types of fabric, 100% cotton, synthetic fabric, and blend, and it does include a TO15 requirement. It doesn't specifically state test method 25.3 and methods 1 through 4, which I presume would be included in the protocol, but we can include that as an addition if you'd like.
I'll ask Mike, what would the preference be? Is it because in the protocol they will specify the test method, but is it better to identify in the permit also so you can make sure that that's what was required?
It's better to have it specified in the permit, but many permits do not specify what specific test methods are specified. So, that's something that we can handle in the review of the protocol just as easily. So, we can address it either way.
So just so I understand that testimony, so that is part of when you review the protocol, and the requirement to have that protocol submitted for review is already in the permit.
I'm thinking back because I just saw the permit for the first time today, but I do recall that was in.
I think that, well, I don't know if it was testimony. I don't remember if Mr. Nguyen said it or if it was, okay, Mr. Nguyen did say that that's in there. So, and that would be taken care of as part of the review of the protocol.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And I think that's fine. We don't have to change the order to reflect the test methods because it'll be taken care of in the protocol approval. process?
So does that leave us with just needing to have the time frame
I believe so.
specified?
I believe so.
Okay.
Okay.
And you've agreed to that? The parties have done?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any other questions for Mr. Garabay?
Just as you mentioned the test methods are not advanced yet. Is that the right word to use for some of these compounds to detect those low-level thresholds? Is that?
Yeah, I did say that, but we're asking a lot of these test methods because some of the odor compounds are the human nose can detect them down to the part per trillion level. So these test methods can already detect and analyze these compounds down to the part per billion level. So we're asking a lot of the test methods in these cases, and the other difficulty is that when a sample is sent to the laboratory, we generally need to tell the lab what to look for. So in the case of odoriferous compounds, there are just such a wide variety of compounds that can cause odors. It's very difficult to specify to the laboratory, which particular compounds to look for. I guess that's what I mean when I say that the tests, that the analytical methods haven't really caught up to the human nose just yet.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Reichard, did you have any other witnesses that you wish to?
No other witnesses.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Garabay. Thank you, Mr. Nguyen.
Okay.
Okay, so I think that wraps up our hearing part of all of our testimony, all of our evidence. So I'm going to ask if there's any member of the public that's present that wishes to be heard on this matter. And I'm seeing none. So I think the best way to do it is I'll Mr. Williamson, you start with your your closing, and we'll go to Ms. Reichard, and if you want to add in any other changes we should have to consider during deliberation, that would be the time to do it.
Thank you. So the district believes that the revisions in this order will help us continue to develop and implement technology that should that will continue to reduce odors that could be affecting the community surrounding this facility. It's a work in progress, and as you've heard, there's been lots of hopeful technology and a lot of also unfortunate results that we're trying to address and move forward from. But we believe that the timelines, we think that they are aggressive, but also give us and gives the facility sufficient time to work out the kinks in the process. And as I mentioned in my opening, we hope that the additional robust reporting and record-keeping requirements will kind of help ensure that there is an open line of communication between the facility and the district to ensure that we are able to help troubleshoot any issues that may come along the way. I do want to, I was beginning to draft the condition related to the source test protocol. If you want to give me another few moments, I can finish that and read it, or if you'd prefer, I can try to type it up and bring a fresh page of it typed up. It's up to you.
I think reading it would be fine. I don't
Okay.
think, right, and you don't anticipate it to be that long since it's just the dates that remain.
It is. It just ends up being wordy when you end up putting it up. But it's up to you. If you want to, I can let Mr. Williamson do his closing, and then I can read it if that's acceptable.
That sounds good to me.
Thank you.
And was there, I'm sorry, did we cover, I have been taking note of all of the changes different people were interested in seeing in the order, and I think, Ms. Reichard, you had mentioned at some point, and did we address this, and am I missing it, that if there were any kind of sniff tests that are performed, that you wanted to have a record of it?
Yes, we did have that, and I will, while he is speaking, I will try to identify those locations and draft some brief language to memorialize that.
Okay, great, and then maybe we'll go off the record
That would
once
be
he's
helpful.
done, and then you can
So
take
we
your time.
That would be helpful. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Williamson, you're closing.
You better write fast, Mary. I don't have that. So I think the testimony today has shown, and as the district expressed in their closing, that we have worked hard over the past weeks, in fact, the past month, to put together a meaningful path forward here. We think this gives us the time we need to evaluate the RCO. We are cautiously optimistic that we're not going to have the technical issues that we experienced with the first round with our RCO evaluation. But again, the preliminary results are promising, and we're ready to proceed under the conditions that are outlined in the current stipulated order. The only point that the district didn't make up that I just want to reiterate is, we are very happy that the current performance of the coalescent filters and the air clear are giving us the time to evaluate the RCO. Both the complaint history as well as our odor and other monitoring of the coalescent filter performance has shown that it is working very well, and we've been working very hard to clean the ducts and to continue to do the additives into the liquid and the air clear and other adjustments that we're very pleased with. So again, we're happy with what has happened over the past, since the last time we saw you, but we're going to continue working, and that's what we've outlined in the conditions in the stipulated order.
Thank you, Mr. Williamson. Let's go off the record just until Ms. Reichart indicates to us that she is ready to roll. Okay, we're off the record. We're back on the record, and I believe Ms. Reichart will have some additional language to add. We're still working off Exhibit 24, correct? Okay.
Sorry. Okay, so the first one will be on page 8, in condition 7B, beginning at line 14. And it will read, if, I don't know if there, this might be longer than it's necessary, but I'm just going to go ahead and do it.
Is this after, you're on line 14?
I'm so sorry.
So it's after?
14, after 30 days.
After 30 days, period.
Period.
Okay.
If odor sniff tests are conducted more frequently, comma, these observations shall also be recorded in the log attached as Exhibit 1 to this order and submitted in the twice monthly reports set forth in condition number 11. And that whole thing shall also be copied and pasted on page 10 in condition 9B, line 8, after GAC study period. Is it okay if you just do that? I don't have to repeat it? Yeah. Okay.
But can you repeat it one more time, because I didn't
Yes.
get the end of it?
Okay. Submitted, okay. Oh, and submitted.
Wait, I didn't get that. I
Oh,
got
okay.
as Exhibit 1 of this order.
To this order, and submitted in the twice dash monthly reports set forth in condition number 11. I was going by the sound of the typing of the clerk. Okay.
She's got faster fingers than I do.
And I was able to shorten the requirement relating to the permit, because as my engineers were actually looking in the permit, the requirement of it being conducted 30 days after the source test protocol is approved was already in the permit. So all we have to do is set the first date for the protocol and require expedited processing. So for condition new number 17, we will say respondent shall submit a source test protocol pursuant to the conditions in section H of the facility permit for the new, and then this is capital N new, capital C catalyst, all caps RCO, capital U units, no later than March 22nd, 2019, comma, and shall request and pay for expedited processing, period.
Okay, and Mr. Williamson, you are in agreement with all three of the changes that have been proposed?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so that wraps up everything and all the proposed changes, and we're in for deliberation. Is that correct? Sounds like it? Yes? Yes. Okay. Okay, board members, being as this is a proposed modification to an existing stipulated order for abatement, and that the proposed modifications are in fact stipulated, the only standard that applies to our deliberations now would be whether or not we have good cause to adopt the modifications as they are suggested. And I would say that we do in fact have good cause to adopt the modified order that we are talking about in Exhibit 24. We heard a lot of testimony today and at the last hearing about the fact that the odors are in fact getting less in both duration and intensity. Thank you, that's the word I was looking for. Whereas there were much fewer complaints at the last hearing. There was only one complaint in the last 4 months, and it was unverified, and we can guess why that it might be. Wind direction change, there's a whole host of things, but the good news is there was only one complaint. And there's clearly been a change already, and we haven't even had an SCO that is working, or we haven't done the GAC study yet. And so to be going in this direction so quickly is very heartening. I also believe that the biggest part of this modification is to change the timeline in terms of when the SCO evaluation needs to be done. And I think we can find, based on the testimony and everything we've heard, that Matchmaster has done its best to try to remedy all of the issues at great expense. So first, they tried the 2 RCOs. That wasn't working, so they immediately, very quickly, upped it to 4 on that same tenter frame. Then that wasn't working, so they worked diligently to come up with a different catalyst. That took a while because it had to be custom built, but it was custom built, and because the platinum increased, it was quite expensive at $80,000. So it's now in place. They have reported that it seems to be working better anyway. And so I think with that, and also the goodwill of simultaneously doing the GAC evaluation and the GAC study as well, really shows that there's good cause to adopt this. And I know I asked for a longer jurisdiction date, and I have to agree that I believe that one more month would be fine, since they'll be appearing before us according to this proposal in May, so that'll give 2 more months. I just was hesitant to have our jurisdiction end the month after they come back to us with so much sort of hanging and unknown. So those are my thoughts. Anyone else? Ms. Byrd?
I would agree that we can find good cause, and you thoroughly covered it. I just wanted to mention that this facility is now more actively working with the district, and they're having weekly phone calls, and they're communicating. So I think that will also aid in getting into compliance and following this order.
Mr. Balagopalan?
Yes, I have to agree too, and I think the facility, we heard testimony that they think the coalescing filter probably is as good or better, than the RCO, but they still are pursuing, and I did not give up on the RCO, and they've invested heavily both in the capital and the replacement of the catalyst, and all indications, preliminary indications are it's effective. And I think we heard testimony from Mr. Garabay. Sometimes the odor, and I think different. They're trying 3 different technologies, and hopefully one will work better than the other, because as Mr. Garabay indicated, you can not always measure down to the trillion level. So there may be one control, which is it's more controlling some of the organic, which is really has a very low odor threshold, and I think doing the test and going through, while it's costly and I'm sure it's taking a lot of resources, but I think the community also will appreciate the final outcome, of this test that you're doing.
Thank you, good points. Anyone else? Senator, did you have any thoughts?
I agree, and impressed by the fact that you've incorporated in the system new RCO, which has a rectangle rather than a round filter, a constrictor, which will, of course, clean the system out sufficient, hopefully, to reduce the odor. You're also going to incorporate some new orders which require Exhibit 25 to be incorporated in the system, where you're going to keep a log of, which is going to give you additional information on material, fabric, time, cotton content, the dye, etc. That's a really good technique. And in the final analysis, the comparison to be made is whether or not one process using one material for a period of time and temperature will allow more odor or less than the other. If it's essentially zero or close to there too, then of course there's no problem. But you have a better idea. This will give you a lot of information that you don't have. You're also going to have a third party come aboard to do some sniffing as well. And the district felt that was very important, and you are stipulating to that as well. The temporary enclosure of this system where you're doing this sniff test in-house is another good idea as well. So I think that you've gone above and the call of duty for the purpose of trying to refine the system to the extent where you can minimize, if not eliminate, the odor which has been a nuisance in the neighborhood. With that, I think that I can support it.
Thank you. If there's no other comments, I will make a motion. In the matter of South Coast Air Quality Management District versus Matchmaster Dyeing and Finishing, Inc., case number 6110-1, I move that we grant the proposed modifications and modified order for abatement stipulated as it is found in Exhibit 24 with the following changes. I believe beginning on page 4, line 26, the date February 25th should be February 26th to match the testimony given. On page 5, line 16, I believe that is the first time we see the letters FID. No, it is not.
We found an earlier one on page
Okay.
4, line 12.
Okay.
Where's this at?
Thank you. On page 4, line 12, we see in front of FID monitor that we're going to write out what FID stands for, which is flame ionization detector. And then in parentheses there, we will define it as FID. So we'll just put the words flame ionization detector in front of what is now FID and put FID in parentheses. Now moving on to page 7, line 12, we are crossing out within the parenthetical the words within 24 hours of this stoppage, and we are replacing it with in the twice-monthly summaries set forth in condition 11, period. And then on page 8, line 14, after the words for the second 30 days period, we're going to add the following sentence. If odor sniff tests are conducted more frequently, comma, sorry, oh, I thought you had this before. I apologize. I thought you were typing this before, that's why. Okay. If odor sniff tests are conducted more frequently, comma, these observations shall also be recorded in the log, bless you, attached as Exhibit 1 of this order and submitted in the twice-monthly reports set forth in condition 11. And then that exact sentence will also be placed on page 10, line 8, right after the words of the GAC study period. So we would insert that exact sentence there. That was on line 8 of page 10. Madam Clerk, do you need me to repeat that? Okay. Okay, then on page 12, line 9, the date for jurisdiction will be changed to July 31st, 2019 from June 30th. And then we will add a paragraph 17, which will say, condition 17, which will say, respondent shall submit a source test protocol pursuant to the conditions in section H of the facility permit for the capital N new catalyst. Is that a capital C? Capital C. Capital C catalyst, capital RCO, capital U units. So the new catalyst RCO units, no later than March 2nd, 2019. Oh, March 22nd. I heard that wrong. Thank you. No later than March 22nd, 2019, comma, and shall request and pay for expedited processing. I further move that what we marked as Exhibit 25, that chart, that report, will be attached as Exhibit 1 to the order. And I am basing my motion on the good cause as we discussed earlier. Is there a second? Dr. Lerner, seconds. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, Mr. Balagopalan, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Byrd, how do you vote?
Yes.
Senator, how do you vote? Dr. Lerner, I'm sorry, I vote, no, sorry, Dr. Lerner, you vote yes?
Yes.
I vote yes, motion passes 5-0. Thank you. Thank you for a very comprehensive presentation. Oh, sorry, okay. I'm not finished yet, because, and then I'll, if it's not what you want to say, but we have currently noticed the March 12th status update and modification hearing. That was from the last modified order. So we are going to continue that as is set forth in the new modified order to May 23rd, 2019. So the status hearing and modification for March 12th, 2019 is hereby continued to May 23rd, 2019. And is that what you wanted to add, Mr. Williamson? Yes. Okay, thank you. Okay, any other business board members? Anything I missed? Okay, we are adjourned. Thank you.